do so, I just want to quickly correct some of the errors that I made yesterday in failing to recognize some of the colleagues that have been central to the work we are doing. My colleague Nelson Raktau, who is going to be scribing for the entire workshop. Our colleague is Lungelwa Makani from the Vice Chancellor's Office, without whom all this organization would be impossible, actually. And our colleagues from CMD, especially Bongi, Samke, colleagues from IT. I see Spiwe there and others. And of course, our friends who are hosting us at this hotel, we thank you for everything you've been doing behind the scenes and sometimes right in front of the scenes to make sure that this ceremony, this workshop proceeds successfully. Without further ado, colleagues, I'm sure you are ready. I think I am ready. I once again indulge in the pleasure of inviting our facilitator, our host, and our guest at the same time, Professor Sipu Siepe. Yeah, let's make it a bit more spirited, please.
Good morning, colleagues. Today we sure. Yesterday we started talking about the politics or contemporary politics of knowledge. And it was important to do so because for too long, knowledge is always presented as if it is neutral. And as I indicated that in this country, it should have been much easier for us to know that the concept of neutrality was not sustainable or is not sustained in our history. And it's not sustained in our history in the sense that the apartheid regime was quite explicit in its intention. It was explicit in terms of what type of African should emerge out of the system. And we mentioned a glimpse of a different type of education that people like Mandela had, and that education was not within the formal setting of a school. And what became very clear is that that education that was rooted in his history was empowering. And it is that type of education that made him to declare that when he grew up, he listened with quite keen interest to the stories of the forebears who were engaged in the anti-colonial struggle. And it was that type of education that made him decide that he wished that life would be kind to him so that he could be part of that struggle. And in a sense, he did get what he wished, not in a kind of way that he may have preferred. Actually, in my discussion with him, he said when he got to Joburg from the Transkei, he met one Walter Sisulu. And Walter Sisulu was known to have been an activist. And some of the people being impressed by Mandela's curiosity to issues of law advised him that he should try to be away from this Sisulu fellow. Because if you continue to mix with Sisulu, you will spend the rest of your life in jail. And he says, you know, I did not listen. And look at what happened to me. But nonetheless, in his presentation or submission to the court, he pointed out that that education that he received from the elders in his village was very instrumental in shaping how his outlook in life. And I pointed out that today, even if you take your children to the same school as other kids, especially white kids, when they emerge out of that schooling, the people who emerge are not the same. The type of education that our kids get exposed to is a type of education that locates Africans as objects of history, not subject of history. It puts Africans as simply mere victims, and it puts Africans as those who need to be redeemed from themselves. And when we talk about the politics of knowledge, we're talking about being able to make those things visible and to reminding ourselves of what Paul Freire said, that there's no such a thing as a neutral educational process, and that it serves one purpose to integrate the younger generation to the logic of the present, or it can serve as a practice of freedom, the means by which men and women transform their world. And it is that part of the transforming our world that is very critical. It's not about knowledge for knowledge's sake. It's how do we transform our education in such a way that it is emancipatory, it is liberatory. If we do not do that, then we are actually failing our students. And the second thing that we dealt with, which we thought we'll deal with today, or we should be dealing with, is what we call the introduction of new concepts. And this material, there's a very interesting book written by Sabelo Gacheni, which is available freely. It's a PDF. It's on the coloniality of power in a post-colonial Africa. And when I invited him, I played around with the coloniality of power and suggested that he should talk about the coloniality of knowledge. And in his presentation, he said it is very important that we acquire some of these concepts. They are loaded, but they are the best descriptors of what we're dealing with. The coloniality of being, coloniality of power, and the coloniality of knowledge. And the question then would arise, what do we mean by coloniality of knowledge? Or put differently, is to answer the question, can knowledge be colonized? And this is the subject of today's conversation. But I thought it would be important to indicate or to ask the question, why do we still talk about colonization today? Some people will say, but this is you're talking about something that has happened. And part of it is that expression in itself depicts or displays a certain level of ignorance, not to understand how systems of colonialism and the whole notion of coloniality works. It confuses colonialism with simply an event and does not cater for the fact that wherever it enters, colonialism creates a sense of normality. It creates a sense of being. It normalizes. And we've seen elements of that in this country that displays what Ian Smith had said. And I think Professor Moyo would be quite familiar with that when he said colonialism was a wonderful thing. It spread civilization to Africa. Before it, Africans had no written language, no hill, no, as we know it, no schools, no hospitals, not even normal clothing. But we also know that there are some people in senior positions in this country who have expressed the same thing, that we should be very grateful that they were oppressed. And those people still persist and occupy very critical positions, and they're very influential. So when you thought these ideas would have been ideas that have been thrown into the dustbin of history, they have a way of resurfacing. But they don't only resurface from the people who are beneficiaries of colonialism. They also resurface from the victims of colonialism. There are a number of us who are happily colonized. And they will be quick and eager to declare that. So this is why we need to be able to say, to ask, what is it that makes this it difficult for us to disrupt the logic of colonialism? And the ideas like cognitive empire assist us to understand what had happened. But I thought to frame it easily, we are saying it's important to understand what colonialism is, so that when we embark on this journey of decolonization, we are able to know how to do what people call reverse engineering. Sometimes if you understand how something happened, it may give you a glimpse of how to reverse the process. And we are told that, and correctly so, that we should look no further to understand that than what Biko said, that the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressed, of the oppressor, is the mind of the oppressed. And here you will have to link that with what Karl Marx wrote. And I would like to just paraphrase what Karl Marx said, that the ruling ideas in every epoch are the ideas of the ruling class. And that class is the class that controls the means of material production. And not only does it control the means of material production, but it simultaneously controls the means of intellectual production. It controls the ideas. It shapes what we call the master narrative. And it's important to understand what the master narrative does. The master narratives guides people's behavior, beliefs, values, and in a way, it shapes how you actually start viewing the world. And it's not about the issue of relativism. It's really about in your totality, when you start seeing something, you can only see one particular way. And the description, well, let me give you an example. How this master narrative shapes people's way of seeing. There are two examples that I'll give, and I'll try to move very fast. There's a book or research that was done by a colleague of mine who's based at the University of Massachusetts. Actually, he did this when I was with him in 1993. He was trying to understand how a jury in the United States, a white jury, could watch Rodney King being kicked, being hit by batons for almost 63 lashes, being beaten. At the end of it, they find that the police are innocent and not guilty. And when they were watching that, the Black people, on the other hand, when they watched that, for each beating, they could feel the pain. And they felt that the case is a state case. How do you beat as four people, one person who's lying down? And the white jury said, they're not guilty. And remember, that was what led to the riots, because it was such an outrage, and the whole world was actually shocked that people could watch that. But what Macedo says, it is because the mind, the eyes do not see. It is the mind that sees. In their minds, what they saw is a Black man who's refusing to succumb. So the more he's beaten, it was an expression of refusal. So they could not see what everybody else sees. That's how the master narrative works in terms of your perception, how you see things. Agri Cluster at home also experienced the same thing. He took, as an editor of Sowetan, he took some of his benefactors, so people who were supporting Sowetan financially, to take them through a tour of Soweto. And when they got to a place in the middle of Soweto, in the dumping space, there were kids who were scavenging. And his colleagues, and there was a horse that was emaciated. His colleagues, all they saw was a horse that was ill-treated. They couldn't see the Black kids who were also scavenging with the horse. And it shocked me that how can that be? That they don't see the kids who are starving, but they see this emaciated horse. And of course, concerned about having to call SPCA as quickly as possible. But this actually is what happens when you're dealing with the mind that is already controlled. It is shaped by that narrative. Because for them, poverty in Black children is normal. So there's nothing that there should be problematic. So the mind. So it is that which Biko says, once you control people's mind, you even control their behavior. And Karl Marx here says, those ruling ideas, they represent the ideas of the ruling class. And even our own, this would be a different lecture. A lecture that I gave Professor Moyo last week. Professor Pume had the chance of listening to me, giving a paper on 7 reasons why the South African democratic experiment was bound to fail. So just argue that things don't just happen by accident. We don't find ourselves where we are. There was a failure, and the failure was largely intellectual, you know. But if we controlled the master narrative, which we never did, things would have been different. That our crisis has been largely at the level of control of ideas. Because if you control the ideas, you can control the future. And as Ngugi says, during the times of struggle, the most decisive ingredient was the idea in the struggle against oppression. So in this, we'll then have to think about concepts like cognitive empire as some of the new tools that we will use, colonization of the mind, the global economy of knowledge. These are some of the tools that if you're going to a battle, you need to make sure that you are sufficiently armed. And each one of these is loaded and it needs unpacking, but it assists. Michelle talks about the notion of colonization. And yesterday you had Dr. Mzileni making a distinction between the type of colonization that what we experience here was more settlerism, where the colonizers came and stayed. And that's why people in South African politics talk about the colonization of a special type. Whereas they call it settling, but for us it was a moment that was unsettling. But what Sherry says is that what colonization does is that it disrupts. It's not about displacing people's physically. It's also about the disruption of the cultural identity. And the most important, the sense of belonging of those being colonized. It attempts to separate them from their core values and beliefs, to break them to the will of the colonizer. It imposes its own values and ideologies onto those being colonized. And I'll leave there. By the way, you can get all this presentation. But the notion of displacements of cultural tools that people use to make sense of the world is also what colonization does. And there's also people, Ngudi, when he talks about the effects or manifestation of a cognitive empire, he says it's like, it's akin to a cultural bomb. And he says the effect of that is to annihilate people's beliefs in their names, in their languages, in their environment, in their heritage of struggle, in their unity, in their capacities, and ultimately in themselves. It makes them see their past as one wasteland of non-achievement, and it makes them want to distance themselves from the wasteland. And in a sense, you also see that once people have been thoroughly colonized, you see the extent to which they want to embrace that which alienates them from themselves. And Herbert Vilakazi, who I had the pleasure of working with for a number of years, also put it very nicely. He said the difference between an African who gets educated is that when Europeans get educated, they remain European. When Americans get educated, they remain American. The Japanese, the same. But when an African gets educated, he becomes either Europeanized or Americanized. That for us, education is about dislocation. It's about dislocating ourselves in how we see the world. So, and it becomes a problem if we participate as the universities in the colonization of our students, where our students get dislocated from themselves. And Biko was also probably more brutal in his assessment of the effects of apartheid and colonialism on African people. And I think it's also a book that must be, should be, or that it's a must read. Actually, I always say to people that there are books that you should always have. And in my list, I write what I like is one book. The Wretched of the Earth is another. The autobiography of Malcolm X is another. And Things Fall Apart, The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born. These are books that you should always have, to engage. But the What Bigos says, which speaks more about the type of Black people that we still have in our midst, is the one who is simply an obliging shell, who looks with awe at the white power structure and accepts what he reads as the inevitable position. And of course, let's say celebrate achievement by whites in the field of science, which he understands only hazily serve to make him rather convinced of the futility of resistance and to throw away any hope that change may ever come. And even listen to some of the discourse and the pushbacks against the decolonial scholarship. They actually exhibit the same attitude. What you get is a sense of it is futile. And people show, and let me actually say this. I grew up in an environment where these discussions were about freedom. In our lifetime, sounded more like we're dreaming. I mean, what we had were to look at the military might of apartheid. And that was sufficient to discourage anyone. The extent, the brutality, and the decimation of people who sought to take on the might of apartheid was enough to say, this is not a path to follow. And one should indicate that many of our people chose not to. I mean, I grew up in an environment where there was only one person in Soweto who could stand up and say, I'm a member of the African National Congress. And that was Winnie Mandela. All our parents will never say that. People were arrested. I mean, I worked in a factory where somebody was arrested for having written and inscribed on the mark CNA. And the foreman decided to read as A and C. So people were arrested, but what I'm saying is that the notion of the futility of resistance is something that we experience politically. It took young people throughout the country to say, no, it will happen in our lifetime. Part of it were driven more by naivety and where we thought everything is possible. And of course, many of our comrades, classmates, end up in prison, end up in exile, and many end up in their early graves. But that's what the system does. And in education, the same thing happened. If you dare try to suggest that there is another way of seeing, you talk about liberation. It will be the African people who will be jumping you and you'll be facing disease and immediately dealt with. Well, Ngugi says this about colonial education, that it's really about, he continues to emphasize the notion of its effect on the cognitive process. It talks about it on the what he calls the dislocation, you know. A friend of mine who I met in the US, where he was actually showing how the empire of the mind works. But that as a young activist in one of the Ivy Leagues in the States, they were required to go to other countries to study the people. And it was part of those, the Americans outreach. And a lot of white kids and black kids in his class were choosing places. I'll go to Mali, I'll go to Zimbabwe, I'll go to this. Then he decided to say no, he's going to go to France. And he was asked, he shocked everybody. Oh, why do you want to go to France? He says, no, I want to go and study white people. It was a shock because it is not the white people who get studied. It is black. But he made this argument that, look, I mean, you have actually said we can go to any country of choice. You know, the money was available, you know. And of course, he did not intend to study white people. He just knew that Paris is a place to be, you know. But anyway, he did make his case to say, but even the university could not imagine somebody who wants to study white people, you know. And that's also what led later to what they call white studies, when people began to look at the whiteness as also an ethnic disposition, because for even when we talk about people of color, it's almost like white is not a color, you know, even the language itself, because they have normalized that is we are normal and others are something else. So even the language itself, it constrains how and shapes how you look at life. But they essentially decided to go there and did what they did. Actually, his book is very interesting because when he came back, he wrote a book about his own experience. But now, to understand colonialism, we need to understand that it's more than simply a system of administration and the process of exploitation. That it also inhibited the development of the indigenous knowledge system. It created a disruption that where things would have normally have evolved on their own. And this is very interesting because one of the discussions that we had in physics, when we look at some of the great minds like Isaac Newton, people like Einstein, the question that we are asking is whether in time, what were their discoveries would have been found, or whether it was simply a stroke of genius that had it not been, that would not have happened. And the consensus was that in time, through experimentation, those laws would have been found. In time, Einstein's laws would have also have been found. It was simply a matter of time. But what you don't do, we don't take away their genius, but we're saying through continuous experimentation, we would gradually move towards a discovery of that, because science is by definition, or the concept of truth in science is something that is provisional until you have a better understanding. Actually, one of the great philosophers, or maybe I should not say great philosophers, because I'll be showing my sense of, I'll be prejudicial, because a guy called Thomas Kuhn, I don't know if you guys have read the book, the Structure of Scientific Revolution. Is very, very important, because what it does is it looks at how theories come about, that there's what you call normal science, and there's a moment of rupture where the so-called theories are no longer able to explain things when there are too many anomalies. And once you reach the stage where the anomalies are too many, you start having to think of a new theory, because that theory has already collapsed. And so the argument that is presented is that with time, some of the discoveries in science would have been achieved had it not been of a disruption of colonialism. And one of the people who you can search for him is Emeagwali. He makes a list of how the system undermined the development of African system. One, Emeagwali says that you have significant, where there's been selective omission of information. And African Americans have actually come up with a list of many Black scholars who've come with inventions. But when you look at those inventions, you'll think they're made by white people. There is an attempt to make sure that the fact that these are African people who have done so, that is actually omitted. It's a deliberate omission. And also there's also where there's an honorary conferment of people who are presented as if they're Western when actually they're not Western. And it would be good for one to look at all those inventions. Unfortunately, I did not put them here. And you will be surprised on how many Africans have actually contributed. So Emeagwali in his work does list all that. And there are also, if you Google, look at all this scientific inventions by African people, African American people, you'll have a whole list of them. But they're never put as that. Then there's also the notion of a blind citation. I mean, where you have something like, for instance, where people talk about the Greek alphabet, just like mathematics. I was taught mathematics by Professor Mori, who's from Persia. Actually, he always got angry whenever I wanted to tease him. I would call him an Arab, and he would remind me that no, he's Persian. Persian, I'm not Arab, you know. But he comes from the place where algebra originated, and that's why he also chose to be an algebraist. But when mathematics is being presented, it's always presented as if it's not from Africa. It's not from the Middle East. It's not, so you're saying this is what Emeagwali says, that these are citations that are misleading about the origins of some ideas. Then there's also the tendency to take African artifacts and put them in a museum. But when you put them there, you are almost hiding what would be the scientific value of those. And if you study that, you will actually discover that there are interesting laws of physics. Take, for instance, the Aborigines in Australia, something like a boomerang. How do you throw something in such a way that it comes back to you as a part of the hunting instrument? The laws of physics, because there is a way in which you must carve a boomerang for it to come back. So that actually shows the ingenuity of a people. But those boomerangs will just be put in what you call it, in a museum. But their scientific value in terms of understanding how this works will never be put there. I mean, the same applies to the knowledge of the sun, the Khoisan, who would hunt animals. And for them to be able to understand the amount of poison from a snake, that will have to be there to put down an animal and then they eat it. I mean, there is a science to that. It's not only an issue of an art. So these are some of the ways in which there was an undermining of the scientific innovation and inventions of African people. The same applies to the pyramids. There is one area that there's an attempt not to talk about it. Ramusa in the book I edited makes the point that is simple. It says human beings all over the world have always been engaged in life-affirming discoveries and life-affirming knowledge acquisition. He gives an example of childbirth childbearing. That all over the world, people knew how to make sure that women can give birth without, there being a high mortality, child mortality. And the says they have discovered in ways that nature provided and approaches to give birth. And this is before the science of gynecology or obstetrics. You talk about even the thinking around mortality itself, that you see all cultures have had to make sense, create philosophies about how do you approach the notion of dying. And for some, they saw it as a passage, and it may be a moment of celebration. And some, it may be a moment of celebration because you are going out of the hardships of life. I mean, there are people who would have preferred to die than to face the hell that they were exposed to, and they will try to make sense of. But you find this to be something so common to people all over the world. People have tried to make sense. But what you are saying is that human beings are always engaged in that. But the point that he's trying to drive home is that what we have is that we have pyramids of knowledge. And we need to make sure that we give space to the pyramids of knowledge that have evolved in all civilizations, because these are all life-affirming. A friend of mine, Godfrey Humphrey, who was a professor at UNISA, Professor Brown, he's also originally from Jamaica. He was a chemist in training. One of the works that he did was to look at medicinal plants in sub-Saharan Africa. And his intention was to, as a chemist, is to look at why this traditional knowledge is scientifically defensible. And he was doing one-to-one correspondence. If there's a medication that says it deals with a headache, he'll look at the chemical composition of the tablet and go to the plant. And he was busy showing that the Africans did discover this. When you need a laxative, you take a particular plant. That's what he was working on. And I think there's also Mashimbe who was at the University of Venda, who was also doing that type of research. But when you look at that, then you cannot impose lack of scientific knowledge among the people. And unfortunately, before he finished his work, he got involved in an accident and passed on. But the work is still available. But Biko says our liberation can never be complete until we participate in the process of idea formation. Because if we don't, we'll always be the recipient and always be the type of people who mimic others. And I think our whole enterprise, the global knowledge economy, is based on what Biko was saying is actually a major failure. And for Biko, with the BC Black consciousness, he was saying we are in another form of struggle. The struggle to decolonize ourselves and to decolonize education and to remove cultural domination so that we can also participate as equals in the formation of the world of knowledge. So, and for as long as you are not making a contribution, you must also understand that those who are making a contribution would actually look down on you. So for Biko, the ultimate actualization of African people will only happen if they do not continue to become junior partners in the business of knowledge. Now, when it comes to what we may call the global knowledge economy, which Kacheni talks about, it's very important that you read a book by, actually a paper by Hotunji. Hotunji died about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. What Hotunji does is to look at the initial paper was scientific dependence, Africa's scientific dependence. But later he refined the paper to show that what has happened is that we've experienced what he calls the intellectual underdevelopment of Africa. Remember, Rodney talked about how Europe underdeveloped Africa. What Tonji in his paper, which is freely available, the PDF, you can get it from me, is that what we've seen and what pertains at the moment is Africa's intellectual underdevelopment enterprise that is perpetuated by the way we look at that. And there are many other writers who have also dealt with that. I've got material for that. But before I deal with it, let me talk about something called the colonial imprint and underdevelopment of our own economies. In a paper that was produced in 2014 by KPMG, and the chapter is called, it deals with the Africa Rising. What they did was to look at why Africa, despite being so highly resourced, continues to be a poor continent. The argument that is made is that it's because Africa is, its economies are integrated in such a way that Africa is simply a place of extraction of raw materials. But to illustrate that, what they look at is they look at coffee in its raw form. That Africa produces about $5 billion of coffee around there. And that coffee is exported. And when it's outside, what happens is that it gets processed, and then it gets packaged, then it gets branded. And that's value adding. And that value adding process creates an industry of $100 billion. So effectively, $95 billion is what comes out of the $5 billion export of coffee from the continent. And if one looks at that value add, there's nothing so profound about it that Africa cannot do. So what they make is that in doing so, we are actually exporting also jobs. We're also exporting development. We make sure that development does not occur. And all African countries, when they took over, they never disrupted that colonial imprint of the economy. So when people talk about the radical economic transformation, they're talking about the disruption of that obvious colonial imprint. That if Africa were to move towards the beneficiation of its own resources, it will become less dependent. But what is worse is that because of that, we are simply the price takers. They determine how much they will buy those. And they can tell you that, look, chief, this will buy it for less. And because you are desperate. So that creates that inequality. So what Hotunji says is that what happens in the economy it's also happening at the level of the academy. That Africa, that what in the real economy of commodities and services, what you have is the absence of what is called the industrial vacuum. That if you were to beneficiate, then you'll be going to a space of industrializing the continent, because you'll have to have the machinery, you'll have to, but we have not created those industries. I mean, my master's work in physics was in diamonds. My business was always to pulverize diamonds through a process of nuclear physics, accelerator physics. What I was trying to do was to do the impossible. That was many years ago. It has not been done. It has not been successful. Getting stuff from GPS, which diamond is a perfect insulator, and it's the hardest material. So what my research was more about tampering with nature to check whether we can make it semi-conducting. And so we're putting some impurities in it. People who were in the humanities, they talked about the quest for zero defects. And we could not understand what the hell they're talking about, because we wanted to create defects in diamonds, because if we're successful in doing that, diamond could have been used for many other things, and also, I mean, as a perfect insulator and hardest material, there were a number of military implications and applications that will emerge from there. But anyway, that was my previous incarnation in physics. But the interesting thing about the work is that the laboratories were not in South Africa. They were mainly in Europe. They were in London. So, but that actually shows that the colonial imprint was also there in the sciences, that you do the work, but ultimately the real theory building happens outside. And the Hotunji shows that what you have in Africa, despite Africa being a place where data is collected, the business of science, which is about the processing of data, which is about making sense and theorizing and creating models, was happening outside. So effectively what it did was to create a theoretical vacuum. And he says, what we need to do is to also disrupt, in the same way that we call for disruption of the colonial imprint of our economy. It's important that we also disrupt this colonial imprint of knowledge production or what the theoretical vacuum. And that means we must stop acquiescing to European notes of thought. And it's also about understanding what I'm talking about, the uneven division of labor. And some people who are opposed to that said, no, but we belong to the dual village. What is important is partnership, collaboration. But what they don't tell you is that in that they are actually juniorized. I mean, there was a time when Africans used to be so proud. I don't know, Professor Akume, is it in Gu you were talking about this, the Bintus, that I've been to New York, I've been to, the Bintus, so you have a lot of Bintus, but part of it is also part of the division of labor, where the Bintus produce work for a different audience. And even the whole notion of publishing, when people say we published internationally, they don't mean that you've got your work published in Nigeria, no, or Argentina, no, or Brazil, no, or India, no. It means your work appears in Europe or the West. So this is how we succumb to this what you call the global knowledge economy, where it has an element of coloniality in it. And therefore, even the questions we asked are not really questions that are relevant to our own development. Those questions are for a different audience. And hence we have to write in a language that's not our own, because we are not responding to our people's issues. So that challenge is how the whole system remains colonized. And so to summarize Utunji, Africa Scientific and Technology Underdevelopment, is that most of our activities are extroverted. Of course, there's first it starts with the subordination of our traditional knowledge, as I indicated, and also to make it much larger. But then the second is the theoretical vacuum, where Africans are simply reduced to more informants of it, as it is in the economic activity. And what he says is that as it happens with in the economy, where you have the subordination of our own subsistence economy to what is called the global economy, there is also subordination of our own knowledges to what they call the knowledge economy, global knowledge economy. And for some of us in the sciences, it has been so, how do you put it, not naked and vulgar, that even the most basic equipment will get it from Europe or from the West. And the publishing houses that we talked about, the point that was raised by the speakers yesterday, that until you have your own publishing house, you are not going to be able to achieve that which you want. Because if you're going to come into my house, I'm going to tell you how you are going to come into my house. And then, of course, there's also the notion of a brain drain. And the research itself has also suffered. The type of research that we do is a research questions that do not answer our issues. I'll give you an example. Africa has always been rich in solar energy. We have a lot of sun. But because Europeans and Americans were not doing solar energy research, we didn't do it. But now, because of the crisis in energy and the climate change, everybody now goes for solar. Now you see now our university are now doing solar. Part of it is because we don't have confidence in ourselves, but also because all we do is to mimic. We should have been in the forefront of using the resource that we have to make sure that we develop. But the impact of colonization was to remove that sense of confidence, both at the social level and also at the political level. I mean, we have the example that I gave yesterday about when we have the advent of coronavirus. The example that as a product of Harvard, I was getting daily reports of what a university is doing. Then you discover that many other universities there were also doing the same, trying to understand what this virus is all about. But the entire continent was waiting. I mean, we have all these universities, whether you call them the VETs, UCTs, and Makerere and all that, we were doing nothing because we lack the confidence to ask those questions. And only when there was an answer did you see our leaders meeting somewhere to complain about how they are not given the vaccines and beating themselves in the chest. Now, this is a apartheid vaccine, or apartheid to whatever you know, but the vaccine apartheid. And the question is, if you are a child somewhere, you ask, what is wrong with those people? Why couldn't they get engaged? But this is the impact of what colonialism has actually done. So our job is to make sure that we deal with it. Then it also goes in Ngugi as well as Otunji talk about even the audience that we try to write to. I mean, in his last submission in Ngugi, where he talks about the cultural bomb, one of the things that he says that no, I have now taken the view to write to my people. And anybody who wants to translate that to any other language, they are free. But my first port of call is my people. Charity begins at home. So it is that mental extroversion that we need to address, where we answer questions that have little to do with us. And if we start doing that, we will then be able to deal with this dependency syndrome, where we are not able to be creative in our own. And of course, when one says that, one must also remember what Harriet Tubman says, even as I speak, that there'll be many other people, if you suggest that, who will be arguing differently. Because as Harriet Tubman said, I freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if only they knew they were slaves. We have a lot of slaves and a slave mentality in the academy. And until there is that recognition, then we will not be able to get anywhere. Now, Ngugi, of course, concludes by saying the final triumph of a system of domination is when the dominated start singing its virtues. When that happens, you know the oppressor does not need to be there. The work is done. And Alfred Memmi talks about, it's also a very good book to read, the colonized and the colonizer and the colonized, where he points out that the colonizer lives twice. First, he lives as himself physically, and also he lives in the mind of the oppressed or of the colonized. That the once it's gone, what you do, you find the same. And Pito says, they put it nicely, that what colonialism does is cause an identity crisis about one's own culture. And we see it manifesting itself all the time. So it is time that maybe we should get rid of the colonial baggage, and we stop being proud of carrying it. What we need is now a new way of seeing and a new way of seeing, of being. We need an education system that reflects and transforms the realities of the lived experience of our people, an education that is rooted in African realities, drawing on the cultural and social ingenuity of our ways of being and solving problems at the local level. It is in this context where African pedagogies and technologies come into being as they are organically rooted in what the people already know. Deeply embedded ways of being and knowing, and passed from one generation to the next. Colonialism and apartheid certainly disrupted and distorted many of these ways of being and knowing. But what they did not do is to destroy it completely. So there's still a way in which we can address the challenges that we face. And the whole notion of the cultural bomb that Ngugi was talking about is one of those that we should talk about, that creates a sense of doubt amongst ourselves. So to summarize, the key role of cognitive empire is the coloniality of knowledge. It targets the mind of the colonized, people in general, and the reproduction of a particular type of intellectuals and academics beholden to coloniality. it is also about the authorization of particular ways of producing knowledge amenable to colonialism, neocolonialism, and global coloniality. Now, I want to show, just by way of example, how the persistence of coloniality or cognitive, or the mind that is captured works. And it is more clear by the continuation of the same. As people like Ajeni says, that the end of colonial administration does not end at the moment when the administration physically ends. It continues in the minds of the people. The example I gave that if you look at the funding of universities, the funding of Black kid education, it's the same story. If you look at the spatial patterns, exactly the same. But what we have are different people, because what we have left from the day one was control of the master narrative. The same master narrative that made those white folks who, when they saw Rodney King being beaten a number of times, they could not see anything. They simply saw a Black man who refuses to simply succumb, and they pronounced not guilty. The same way as Agri Cluster was shocked when he saw that his white colleagues could not see the emaciated kids who were scavenging with an emaciated horse. All they could see was simply a horse that was ill-treated. What it shows that the mind, the eyes do not see, it is the mind that sees. So our challenge is to reshape the way we provide we approach education. And in the same way that I gave an example of the low-lying hanging fruits that those in government used when they dealt with the parliament, was to say there are things that are obvious that we can do. And those things that are obvious that we can do is to say, in our legislation, and given our history of racial subjugation, let's look at all the racist laws that are there in the statute and change them. We can also ask the same question. What are those things that we teach that can be taught from an African perspective? I mean, history does not become history because you're quoting Bismarck. It can still be history even if you quote Nelson Mandela, even if you quote Biko, even if you quote Sobukwe. So, but when you do that, you are reinscribing your people as agents of change, not as objects of study. In the same way that my friend Zenzele decided that he chose to go and study white people, but all he was doing was simply to disrupt the cognitive empire of the people who were his teachers. I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, guest speaker. That's another fantastic presentation, and made even more so by the fact that we've used less than the time that was allocated in the program. That means we move on to questions and answers, and I think I won't be wrong if I say, and contributions, comments, that should take us until tea time at 10:30. I'd like now to welcome colleagues, both online, because of the tendency to prejudice those online. We often prejudice against those online. I'd like to welcome a comment from those online. We'll give the floor first to those online and then those in the room. So for those in the room, I have one. Still waiting for a comment from those online. 2, 3, and 4. let's go with that round. We do have time, although I'll appeal to us to try as much as possible to be concise with our comments, but I think we have some time. Still waiting for the one online. Let's get going with the colleagues in the room. Dr. Zilan. Okay, there is a roving mic. I think let's use the roving mic, please, Samke. I think it will save us time and make the conversation more. That's the mic behind you, sir. We can't hear it. Let's try. Yes, just a second, a little technical thing. Mongzen, if it's on the mic, will you not get into the audio here? But we won't get the video. So what we will miss is the video, right? Yeah. But we'll get the audio. I think we can manage with the audio, yeah, to make it as seamless as possible. Yes. But that means you have to really speak into the mic and be very audible. Okay. I didn't mean you, right? For others.
Well, thank you very much, Chair of the session and concerning the colonization of knowledge and also the colonization of the mind. I just want to focus on the small details of this crisis because coloniality a big concept that sometimes studied in abstraction, but the violence they use, it takes place in the smallest everything detail. So maybe a quick scenario of how this happens. So I'm not sure, Dr. Siego, from your experience of delivering lectures, but I'm just going to throw you a picture of.
Sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Mzileni. I think I have to go back on myself. Please come forward. Someone online complained that they couldn't hear. So I think this is the microphone, Mongi. I think this is the mic that feeds the audience here. So that sound is insufficient. But perhaps for the three or in future, I'm sure the techies will have a way to resolve that rather than have everyone come. Yeah, you can just. So you have to come and use these mics. I think these mics feed that one in particular.
Okay, so is it fine now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to give a scenario of the smallest detail of how coloniality and the quality of the mind takes place in the smallest detail. So I just want to give you a scenario of a lecture I gave in a Black university and a lecture I gave in the white university. This was the same lecture, but just delivered in two different geographic locations, right? In the same country. So you find that when Black people speak about these issues amongst themselves, the conversation is productive. It flows so well. It goes smoothly. Then you move to a white university. Firstly, you realize that in the audience, in the students, I used to think this is a disease of the students, but I realized even the adults, their lecturers, it's the same problem, you know? You find that when a Black person wants to say something concerning their pain, that they've experienced from racism, right? Instead of saying something the way it is, in their own language, in their own words, because there are white people in the room, they will find mature, intelligent words to use, so that when it comes out polished and nicely, so that when it lands in the ears of white people in the room, it does not offend them, right? So they self-oppress their souls in order to make the white people in the room feel comfortable, you know? And it happens even in professional spheres, right? You find very senior professors who are black. When it's time to talk about the race issues on key platforms, they will find creative, nice words. Instead of saying black people, they'll say, previously disadvantaged students, or students who were oppressed by the other race, you know? So that the whites in the room can feel, you know, some sort of comfortability. And those are the small details that end up building into bigger things in future, you know? Because now the way you set up your budgets, the way you take decisions, you want to please white people. You want to please a racist when you are given the responsibility to drive transformation unashamedly. That's the first point. Now, secondly, in giving this lecture, you know, coloniality, like I said at the beginning, we refer to it in these big abstract terms, you know, like it's like a sense of continents and planets. Oh, my goodness, this thing is big. But it's in small details. Coloniality was about, let me not say coloniality, I'll come back to coloniality later on. Colonialism was a system, first and foremost, of categorizing bodies of people. So those who are white, you put them in the human category. They are human beings. Those who are black, you put them in the animal category. They are non-humans. Not only is it racialized, but it's also gendered. The men are in the human category, the women are in the animal category. That's how the colonial world is structured. Now, these white bodies that were placed in the position of privilege by the colonial system, when you speak about colonialism in the room, I don't know why they feel personally offended by the things you are saying. And this is how they strike back in very small details. You find that when you are a Professor Sipe, an intelligent scholar, you give a lecture for 1 hour about something you specialize in, right? So you have a PhD in sociology, referring to me, I give a lecture for 1 hour, 30 minutes on something I specialize in, on decolonization, something I've studied for years. And white moron sitting in the room who has no single qualification on what I'm speaking about. When you go for tea, they will come to you and say, you know, I think there's something you said that you did not quite understand. You know? Why are we discussing race all the time? You know? Don't you think this is a futile exercise? Why do you guys talk about this all the time? You know? Is this not futile? I've heard this before, you know? I've heard this last year. You know? They just have this entitlement of being the ones who must set priorities for us. What is a priority to them must be a priority for us as well. Because when we talk about colonization as Black people, we talk from a completely different position about it. Right? We were its primary victims for centuries. This rubbish carries unimaginable trauma to us because we were in the animal category under colonization. You were in the human category. Your priorities are different. Right? So they set priorities. They also set at the time. Why do we discuss this every year? As if decolonization is a financial year. Like you must come present the budget once and then go implement it. It's not a financial year. Decolonization is an everyday struggle against everyday demons that you must confront and deal with. And when you talk of decolonization to Black people, you've got to talk to them about it every day. Because we live in a very colonial world that makes you forget that you're colonized every day. The colonial world wrestles with your memory. It attacks your memory every day. It attacks your language every day. It attacks your time every day. Why do Christians go praise God every Sunday? Revising one book. Every Sunday, one book, a Bible. Why do they do that? And they don't feel tired. They do that because they know we're living in a world with sin every day. And you've got to contest that world. So why do people have that tendency of setting priorities, setting time, setting language, even setting emotions? What must make you angry? What must not make you angry? And it happens in subtle conversations over coffee. That, don't you think this, how are you going to know that now you have delivered decolonization? Ridiculing a struggle that clearly they completely don't understand. Because once you say those things, you don't even know what decolonization is. You need to be educated and taken to school about what it is. You know? So those subtle, condescending, gaslighting rubbish you get on a daily basis it's some of the tendencies that are a problem with the colonization of the mind. And those are the tendencies we must refuse in everyday life in order to deliver the struggle. Decolonization must be an everyday conversation until we are free. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our second was yes, that's strategic. We'll invite the dean. We have Dr. Ntuli. We have Professor Fikile Bitwani. Let's take the dean first. Let's defer to the dean first, please. And then we'll take Dr. Ntuli and then Professor. Yes, and okay, and Dr. Mafu. So now I'm conflicted between one of my bosses and another one of my bosses. So, so I'm going to appeal. I'm going to really appeal, colleagues, for us to be brief. We have time, and we have further time, so we don't have to say everything we need to say at once. I'm not by that limiting my bosses, but I'm just appealing that we can. Yes.
Sanbonani. Thank you, Prof. Siepe, for a provocative engagement. Colleagues, it is real. And I just want to emphasize that specifically as the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, we really appreciate to have this privilege to interrogate these matters. And I think even yesterday, Prof. Siepe, when you gave the background on the history of colonialism, it even becomes more painful in South Africa because our colonialism, it's doubled with apartheid. And unfortunately, we cannot shy away from that. And I think I wanted to talk about, maybe comment on a way forward. I'm not sure if it's a way forward or a process also, Prof. Brown. I wouldn't say it's a recovery. And as I was sitting there, I'm asking myself and wondering if should we revisit the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, what's supposed to be done actually. Because I don't want to say people are mourning, Prof, but you can see the manifestation in our societies. The continued assault is there from the people we see strikes, service delivery, anger, GBV, everything, everyone is angry. And I'm not sure what the health research is saying, but I know our country, we have even the highest rate of high blood pressure because of anger. Everyone is angry. You overtake someone on the traffic road, they swear at you, they kill you, they shoot you. So I'm not sure if, especially for us as academics, what does this mean in terms of bringing theories of change? I think one thing which, for some reason, all of us, the voice I'm hearing here, we agree that the injustices of the past have been there. But then now, as a faculty, I think this question maybe, Prof. Apuma, if you allow me to ask, yes, we have the Constitution. Yes, human rights have been trampled on and people continue to be abused. But like now, as we're sitting here today on the 7th of March, 2024, what are we actually saying? And you'll remember also from I think also yesterday, and also in the history of South Africa, we had white people who didn't believe in apartheid. So what are we actually saying now if then now, although we have to interrogate issues of race, of white and black, but we have white people who, maybe it's the color of the skin I can say, but in their hearts, they don't have apartheid. So where are we, what are we actually saying, and where are we putting, like in terms of Ubuntu now? Because now I'll also maybe speak as a social worker, having had an opportunity to deal with people who have been abused. And if care is not taken, we can continue the cycle of secondary abuse and victimization and things like that. So it's things which maybe I just want to caution that we don't forget. And I'm not sure, like, if, I don't want to say even South Africa, if, no, South Africa, I'm okay, maybe I'll need to consult my research. There's so much things, too many things which are just wrong. Xenophobia, even us as Black people, then I'll start, Yuzulu, I'm Sotho. Can you see how apartheid has affected us? When it suits us, we go for tribalism. When it doesn't suit us, we go to black and white. What are we actually saying, and how are we going to move forward in this case? That's where I sort of get confused, because at the end, as part of African thought, humanness, Ubuntu always must be there, treating people with respect and dignity. And that's the African indigenous knowledge. And also maybe that's what also perpetrated the settlers and whoever, out of the kindness of African people, where the people come and they assist them, they see a brother, not knowing that these people, then they'll steal their cattle, their land. But I think we haven't moved actually as I just maybe, I don't know if I want to add fuel to the fire, Prof, or but it's the reality. It's the reality that our people, they face every day. It's a struggle. I don't want to say the struggle continues, Dr. Cele, but it is a struggle, colleagues. But as a faculty, colleagues, I don't want a situation where we don't have a safe space to interrogate issues. as much as they are painful. But also we mustn't destroy each other in the process. Maybe now I'm going to abuse my position as the dean as well. Everyone, remember at the beginning, we say everyone has a role to play. And the power that has been given to an academic, use your paper, use your pen to tell your story. Use platforms like this. You know, let's talk about, let's engage this, let's engage our students, but we can't run away. It's a known fact that our forefathers, they didn't leave us with estates and lands and things like that. The struggle continues. Nothing. People, they don't have land. I was even giving an example that even you find that our own parents, they fight in front of the kids. All because of apartheid. The paternalistic attitude and everything, it is because of apartheid. It's even deeper than the issue of like, you check the effects. Couples will fight, the husband will say, this is my house. The wife says, no, go out, it's not your house. You can say it's also in the mind. There's something wrong, very rotten. I don't want to say rotten, okay? There's something very wrong with our minds. And what type of graduates are we going to produce tomorrow? How are they going to build their families? How will they move forward? How will they deal with this elephant in the room? As now we've given the chance to change the course, what legacy are we going to leave, Dr. Ntuli? Maybe allow me to contribute.
Just being a temporary techie.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Prof. Siepe, from your presentation, in knowledge colonization, the mind is an important factor. Hence, in the mind of the colonizer, hence, the most important weapon in the mind of the colonizer is the mind of the colonized. Okay, if so, can you please assist me how to go about decolonizing the African mind? Where to start? I'm asking this because some academics or scholars argue the possibility of decolonizing the mind. Can you please assist me in that regard?
Thank you. In my next life, I want to be like Dr. Ntuli, short and sharp. Thank you. And then he reminded me before he went on stage, do not forget I'm also your boss. In case you have forgotten, he was the boss of our boss. Oh, the colleagues have forgotten. He was HOD to Prof. Masoha when Prof. Masoha was our boss. So every time we must remember that this man was the boss of our boss. All right, thank you very much. I just wanted to read online so that we not sideline the online people before we take the two others who are in person. That's why I stepped in. This is from Professor Adetiba. Thanks a lot, Prof, for your presentation. However, I'm beginning to think or believe that in Africa, if we don't stand for something, who we are, what we believe, for us to come out of the intellectual cage we found ourselves, we'll continue to fall for the crumbs that fall from the Western academic tables while struggling to please them. That's Professor Adetiba, Politics and International Science. There's another comment from Nomaswazi Dlamini, same department. Prof. Siepe, thank you for another thought-provoking presentation. You make valid points about the mind of the colonized that Fanon alluded to when he said that the oppressed dream of replacing their colonizer. We see that with some government officials and academic structures in positions of power, they have replaced the colonial master. Therefore, how do we begin dismantling their oppressive nature while we are not in a position of power? I think these are very significant questions. And then from Dr. Shamase. Thank you, Prof. Siepe, once again. It's a given that colonizers dictate the terms of knowledge production and benefit from the exploitation of indigenous knowledge and resources without adequate compensation or recognition. What could be a viable or pragmatic antithesis to this? And one more comment, please, from Nolo Azimabaleka. So profound, Dr. Mzileni, we should really focus on curriculum reforms that provide a more accurate and inclusive representation of African histories, cultures, and contributions. This includes acknowledging pre-colonial achievements and resisting Eurocentric perspectives that continue to colonize us, particularly in the mind. And from Prof. Stein, restorative justice was not given meaningful realization must be done. Perhaps in response to Prof. Shokane's invocation of the TRC. So these are our comments right now. We'll take 2 in-person presentations as we proceed. Professor Fikelebitan.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much, Prof. Siepe, for that presentation. And thank you for allowing us to tap into your intellect and vast knowledge. Mine is a comment and a comment, and I'm making this comment, Prof, so that I'm corrected in my thinking. And I'm looking particularly at your parting shot about the new ecology, because for me, that immediately spoke to me as a teacher. In other words, the issues of methodology, methods of teaching and learning. And so my understanding of what you're saying was that in talking about the new ecology, you said, and I quote you, let us look at all that has been lost in the education system, close quotation. And for me, this brings about the importance of restitution as a very critical aspect in the discussion of decolonization. And we've talked about it, but you know, in innuendos. But I want to believe it's a very critical aspect, restitution, as we rethink the new decolonized curriculum. And what you said also reminded me of the days of June 16. I was one of the youth who were in the streets at that time. I didn't even write my junior certificate. And I remember very well how we got political education, how we got politicized. And it was through one important aspect that we seem to have neglected, the radio. And we would sit around, gather around the radio, listening to Radio Freedom, to hear news about the struggle, to hear news about the people in exile. And those were exciting days because we learned a lot through the radio. Why am I bringing the radio? I'm bringing up the issue of the radio as a creative artist and as a lecturer in that discipline. Now, what we seem to be losing with the community radios and the radio stations in the past, there was a lot of teaching that was taking place, which seems to be underplayed these days. And I'm looking for an example. I asked when I came here to Zululand in 2021, when the students and lecturers were complaining that COVID was having a negative effect on the drama and theater aspects of things. So I asked, why not go back to the radio dramas? Because those radio dramas were a very powerful tool to teach a number of things. Because if you're going to go on air and you can't pronounce clearly, you know, your language is incorrect. You know, the radio dramas were there to teach you correct spelling of your Zulu language, correct spelling of his clause, correct spelling of those, and enunciation of those words, how you really enunciate and pronounce them. And especially when singing, you know, the importance of enunciation is very critical. So those were tools that one would use, you know, to teach those kind of issues through the radio drama series. So I want to understand if I got you correctly, because it immediately also brought about the issue of oral transmission of knowledge, which is very important for us in the creative arts. Thank you very much.
Before Dr. Matthew, I was just told that there are still some comments I have not read. Okay, these are responses to responses. And I will skip responses to responses for now because we're still going to have the Prof. Siepe's response. In the meantime, this should carry on until 10:30. So I think we could accommodate one or two and then give the last couple of minutes before 10:30 to Prof. Siepe. I see Prof. Gianni, right? Okay, so any urgent pressing comment? And Mr. Shozi. So we'll take Prof. Gianni and Mr. Shozi after Dr. Murphy.
Good morning, colleagues.
Morning.
Good morning, colleagues.
Morning.
Yeah, I do preach, so I call for attention when the audience is not listening. I'm not provoked today, Professor Siepe. I wasn't provoked yesterday. I was just speaking my mind. I want to start from a phrase. In fact, it's a selection from a song by Bob Marley, Redemption Song. His father was white and the mother was black. I'll just pick one line. It says, emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. And then he goes on and repeats the refrain, the song of freedom. And I want to say that, you see, I was impressed, Professor Siepe, with your approach and with your delivery this morning, because it adds value to what we are doing when it comes to the project of decolonizing our curriculums and refocusing the minds and freeing them from mental slavery. See, the integrity of decolonial scholarship is at stake here, and we should know what we're doing. We should know we're being watched. We should know that the critics and scoffers might come about and jump at every error or misstatement or misdefinition of terms of reference or framing of our work. And we should not be seen to be reactionary scholars or to be involved in some form of nativism. We are doing a project that needs to be completed, that remains uncompleted. So there is a concept of conquest of the conquest when it comes to the usage of language. Achebe, in writing Things Fall Apart, which Professor Siepe referred to here and said we create a number of other texts by Ngugi, defends his usage of the master's language in writing Things Fall Apart, because I was accused of using English in writing that. And he says that he uses that language to engage the colonizer using his own language, to write back to the colonizer and to show off African scholarship in that language that the colonizer is using, because it's writing back. Then Frantz Fanon in Black Skin, White Masks invokes language as an instrument of power and its usage. And the fact that it is spoken by the colonized subject as a means of restoring power that was lost and giving voice to the oppressed and giving fire also to the agency of resistance. I'm glad that he has been cited here in other works like Wretched of the Earth, and rightly so. So for me, Prof. Siepe, the problem as I see it from where I started here is not the existence of other languages in our project. It is when they are used for imperial agency. That is where the problem should be. So that when language is weaponized for the sake of advancing imperialism, then it must be opposed. We must push against it. But the same language can be used to disrupt imperialism. Now I'll speak about the gun and gun symbolism. You see, when we were fighting for freedom, or before we fight for freedom, the gun was a symbol of violence, of colonial violence. But then we should not say we won't use the gun to fight for our freedom. The gun became a symbol of the push against imperialism, right? Of resistance. That's giving it a new dimension or a new understanding that gun. So we can't say again here, we can't use IT or AI, because it's of foreign origin. We have to wait until we come up with something ourselves as Africans before we deploy it. We will use AI wherever it comes from to advance the cause of what? Decolonization. We use it nonetheless. Now, as I come to the end, it will be self-defeating for us to lose focus as to what we're about. It will be destructive to the whole project if we are misunderstood in any way. We have to be quite articulate and clear as to what we are doing. So I must say that Ngugi writes some works in Kikuyu. Matigari, when I want, Devil on the Cross, Petals of Blood, he writes all of them in Kikuyu. Although in his country, there are Luo speakers, there are Kiswahili speakers, and many other speakers. His audience, yes, was the Kikuyu, but he knew that what he wrote was substantial in terms of its quality, that it would sell itself and promote itself beyond his province. All of these texts are now in Chinese, French, whatever language, are being taught there for the value that they give to the issue of what fighting against neocolonialism. So we do teach these texts in our department. We do teach critical theory. We do teach Rodney. We do teach a lot of other scholars in English. We teach even Emperor Shaka the Great. We teach works from West Africa written originally in French or in any other language, now in English. We don't teach English literature. Honestly, we don't teach English. We teach literature in English. And in my understanding, you see, even this text is in English. Don't worry, it is in English. So if you have to argue to say, okay, we cannot use English to advance our cause, this text becomes obsolete, it's irrelevant. It is what it gives us in pushing for what? For freedom. So you can use language as any other weapon to advance ordinary causes or even common causes of freedom. The issue is not language or its origin, the issue is language in usage, in communication. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, good morning. I come after my boss, English boss and friend with big terms. My name is Vedi Tiane. Prof, you were talking about this morning, you were just focused on the concept mind, decolonizing the mind. It's all about in the mind. And I want to say, I was born to understand that, or I've been raised to understand that everything about me as a Black person and maybe a woman is low or below standard. Blackness is inferior. That has been through my whole life. It is backward. We are connected to backwardness in whatever we are doing, and maybe when we are together with others who are not as Black as we are. Our thinking or our work, maybe our research work, is not scientifically proven, so it may not be used. I'm just thinking about also the recent COVID-19 and the vaccines and so on, that there was a time where the vaccines were in short, and we were thinking, how do we then use the vaccines that they should be proven. And when we have knowledge to apply whatever we wanted to apply, it was, the connotation was blackness, backwardness, not scientifically proven. So decolonizing the mind. My first name that I was given, I'm looking at the self-concept now, Glen Rose. I was given that name. And I am still Glenrose at 57. I've been at my birth. And at school, I was called Glenrose. You are Maxwell. I'm thinking of the doctor that has provided a comment there. You are Maxwell and have been Maxwell. And my Glenrose as a name is white. And sometimes I do not understand it. My very African name, Velile, which should have been the first one to advance my things, to take me to other places, to appear as great leaders or great leaders like Mandela or whoever, as Velile in my own community, was the second one. So I mean, self-concept, then you lose it. I've heard colleagues called even given the surname, not the names now, the surnames, English surnames, Peter or Peters, a black person called Peter, a constable in Tunisia. My colleague was constable, and I thought, is he a constable police? No, it was the surname. Now he's working in the UNISA, big UNISA library, constable. And the name was a Xhosa name, black name, but the surname constable. My grandfather used to say, meaning we are trying to mimic white people. Maybe from the names that were given by our mothers now, their children, and the surname that were given to us. Why am I Peter when I'm black? Because Peter is English. So self-concept, then we lose it somewhere. So I am saying now, if I've just forced to be white in terms of what I've been given or what has been given to me, how do I then unlearn that? Because this has been throughout our minds and it is embedded in our veins. Glenrose, not Velile, Glenrose. And in all what I'm doing, blackness, backwardness, and whatever I'm saying, non-scientific and so on. How do we then unlearn these things in our veins and how do we go back to self-concept so that self-realization, the concept of self, when I am called Peter, Glenrose Peter, and then try to recalculate based on the Velile term, not the Glenrose term or Maxwell term and so on. These are the platforms that I'm happy about to say, let us look at that we've done and look at us now. We're very few here with white colleagues, but I don't have to apologize, Doctor. But you are very few white colleagues. But what are we doing? We are addressing ourselves in English. In Parliament, they address us in English. When parliamentarians are 90% black, what is colonizing the mind? How do we do that when it is in our veins, in our blood, in our walking, in our eating? I do not eat like a white person. Why should I eat like a white person? I'm a black woman. I eat like a black woman. But why is it backward or inferior to eat like a black? So then what does this implicate our curriculum and recalculating? Thank you for this.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to you, Prof. Thank you for your presentation. In your presentation, I may have, maybe wrongly, sensed a bit of conflict. Yeah, conflict in this way. You stated that you highlighted something about knowledge being stolen, right? Knowledge diva. There was that. And with that, you also stated that there needs to be knowledge decolonization. Right? So if knowledge is stolen and it is presented to us as not coming from us, but we know that it's from us, right? How do we decolonize that? Because it's still ours. I'll make an example. An example is Aristotle. Aristotle went to Egypt as a very sketchy ethicist, a sketchy one, right? Nobody cared, right? Except Alexander. Nobody cared about Aristotle before he went to Egypt, but he came back to from Egypt as a great philosopher, as a metaphysicist. Right? He reinvented philosophy basically by writing that book, Metaphysics. Right? It became a backbone of modern philosophy. Right? Now the accusation is Aristotle stole those ideas from Egypt. Now, that is the accusation, right? Because, yes, I do not know if it's true or not, right? So that is the accusation because it's very interesting that you can go to a country as just an ethicist. Just a few years later, you come back as a metaphysicist who knows physics very well. Who knows physics very well. So now that is the accusation. I'm not the one making it. Right? So if now we are teaching a philosophy using the works of Aristotle, the ones that we care about is that of metaphysics, the one that you accuse him of stealing, right? How do we decolonize that? Because it's ours. Right? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shozi. If the leadership will permit me, I would like to invite Professor Nicolaides to make a comment. Yes. Yes, please. Yes. Obviously, due to your reaction, same thing that happened to Dr. Mafu yesterday. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes.
Esteemed colleagues, I fully agree that relational knowledge using indigenous African knowledge and modes of understanding is something that we have to do. It's critical. Let's go back to some of the issues raised earlier in terms of publishing in Western journals. I think it's critical to publish in Western journals because the audience that we're trying to reach, to enculturate, to understand that what they've been reading all along is not correct, is going to find those articles where they read articles. We cannot publish in places where nobody is going to be educated to understand the error of their ways. And so the hegemonic approach that's taken towards African, Indian, Chinese knowledge systems has, of course, diminished epistemic diversity. And it's suppressed all forms of knowledge as we know it. And obviously, we need to contest that. And repressed knowledge needs to be accessed. And this will also enable very novel ways of seeing and existing in the world in which we live, where everybody should have equal space. For example, in philosophy, in our department, we are seeking to decolonize philosophy. And we've made a strong effort and attempt so far, and we're going to improve on that, to use a wide range of African philosophers in our modules, with far less emphasis on Western philosophers. Of course, Aristotle will be there. And we are gradually giving greater representation to pluralistic ideas, and thus more rigorous knowledge. And so I think it's very critical that we engage with these things. And with great respect to the colleagues that spoke earlier, I think we need to say also very clearly that we cannot say that because a person is of a particular race, that person is like everybody else that might have. We cannot say that because one lived in Nazi Germany, that that person must have been a Nazi. And beloved colleagues, if we look at the history, we do have head of Department of History. If we interrogate the history, we will see very clearly that in the 1948 election, when Milan won the election, it was won by a very small majority. And there was a lot of evidence that a lot of the votes that were placed on the voters' roll as votes were actually taken off tombstones. So we cannot say that because there was a very oppressive group of people living in the country, that all people that are white were of the same dispensation. For example, I was playing on a whites-only football field at the age of 10 in 1967 with a friend of mine, Sipho Modise, and two white guys pulled up with their little Toyota. They climbed through this fence, this park, which was a whites-only park. I told him to flee. He quickly ran away. These two guys came up to me. They beat me up. They cracked my ribs. They urinated on me, and they called me a very horrible thing, a K booty. And I ended up in hospital. And in my family, there are 7 people that are human rights attorneys and have been human rights attorneys from the 1960s on. So we cannot paint everybody with the same color paint, because there are many evil people in all races and all cultures. If we look at Idi Amin, if we look at other dictatorships around the world, in the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos, the way he treated his people, whatever, it's not a question of having a race that is evil. Some people do emanate from races, as we all do, and some people are evil. And yes, many whites were obviously blinded by apartheid, had no option. We were forced to leave our homes. I had to leave a home with a mother and a sister that was younger than myself to go and serve in a military base for 2 years. And after that, I was obliged, I was taken out of classrooms where I was teaching to go for 90 days, 60 days, 30 days, 90 days, 60 days, 30 days, 90 days, 60 days, 30 days, 90 days for 10 years of my life. And I apologize for what the pink people have done in the world and continue to do in many ways. And this issue of maltreatment of other human beings is totally unacceptable. And as was correctly said, we need to look at higher forms. We need to look at deities to guide us in our thinking to become better people in the world. But please be assured that I can tell you for a fact, probably 95% of young white men that were taken out of schools and whatever to go and serve in military, that were indoctrinated with all kinds of absolute garbage, were totally against that. You might not think so, but that's the fact. And many, many white people suffered under apartheid as well in many, many ways that you cannot even begin to imagine. So it was not the same level, obviously, but there was nonetheless a strong sense of what the heck's going on here? Why are we doing this to other human beings? A lot of people, much more than you think. And so as a white person, I say, please forgive the people that have been seemingly oppressive and horrific and terrible. And let God judge. And God bless you all. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Prof. Nicolaides. Before we bring in Professor Siepe, we have encroached into our tea time. I do not often have. Oh, yes. There are several, Prof. Nicolaides happens to be a good friend of mine, so there are several disclaimers. I'm not sure he wants me to make all of them. No, he says no. Okay, yeah. So we have encroached into tea time. I'm going to have to appeal to Prof. Siepe to limit his response, since of course he's also still going to do the rounding off later in the day, and he's also going to present to us tomorrow. To limit his response to maybe 5 minutes, so that we do not encroach too much into tea time. But before I invite him, I just wanted to say this in response to many of so now this is my own comment and question. In response to many of the comments and questions, let me begin with Prof. Shokani's point. I'm very fascinated by what you say. There's something you said that drives my research. I'm interested in representation and the construction of sameness and difference. So you said something, you said you just look at what you can use. So some years ago, when I was doing my PhD at UJ, I was working in the writing center. We had a little issue. I was there, we had a short meeting. I was there, Roland was there, male from Cameroon. Nomatemba was there, female from South Africa. And there was one other person. Then the writing center coordinator was Kabinga, male from the DRC. There was one other person, I think there was Angela, female from Ghana. Then Kabinga's immediate boss is Heidi, female Afrikaner. Apparently there was something between Kabinga and his boss, his immediate boss, and they had an issue. But he was our boss. And clearly he wanted to rationalize, I think he had a query. He wanted to rationalize what was going on between him. So we all sat down. Heidi was supposed to come. Heidi wasn't there. Then he looked around us. I could observe him thinking a bit. Then he says, these white people don't mind them. When he left, I went to his office. I said, when you were looking around us, you were looking for the identity you could weaponize against. You couldn't say South Africans because Nomatemba was in the group. You couldn't say women because Nomatemba and Angela were in the room. So you chose the identity that was not present in the room so that you could mobilize us. Since you found that we were all Black, you could simply mobilize us against Heidi's whiteness. He didn't defend, he didn't refute what I said. And in the work I do in research, I found that to be the case. As Prof. Shokani said, when it's convenient, Black people will look around and say, these queries. When it's convenient, men will sit and say, these women. When it's convenient, women will sit and say, these men. So I'm just saying, and I think we need to attend to this as these comments have shown. Are we going to be sucked into essences? Nativist essences. And I think Biko was clever enough to say, when he spoke of Black consciousness, he was not talking about a nativist essence. And when we were theorizing African thought in 2022 with the other colleagues, we did make that. If you go to the UniZulu statement on African thought, it does say that we are not involved in a nativist enterprise. And I think that is where now I miss something from Prof. Siepe's definition. I think it's something we need to attend to before we leave this workshop, is how coloniality operates as a system of power. So back to Dr. Delaney's comment, why is it that some people feel obliged not to say certain things? Let me reduce it. If I have something negative to say about Prof. Siepe, why will I not say it now? I won't say it. I'm most probably not going to say it. If I have something negative to say about the dean, I'm most probably not going to say it. At least not here. Against my HO, they are almost, why? It's not because they are Black or white or female, it's because they have power. And because I am afraid, or I do not want that power to operate against me. So can we examine colonialism and coloniality in terms of power? We have spoken about epistemic power. I think we are also missing physical power. Prof, if you remember, there was one comment in your presentation last week where the guy said the military power is a crucial aspect of the power that makes us act in certain ways. We tend to focus on economic and epistemological power. let's also consider that. So that the work we do, in my suggestion is that the work we do in trying to decolonize will also have the possible effect of reconfiguring power, such that no single constituency, whether racial or gender constituency, or even class constituency, would be able to impose itself and mete out that violence you spoke about, those daily violences on people. With this, thank you for listening. I'd like now to invite Professor Siepe. Okay, yes. Okay. Okay, I had actually, oh yes, that would be CLASPA. Okay, Mr. Moniela, are you still there?
Yes, I am, Prof. Thank you so much.
Okay, you have the floor now. After you will be Prof. Siepe. Sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah.
No problem, and thanks to the colleague to bring that to the attention. Two things I'm convinced to make a contributions on. One is coming from a position of a young man speaking to his peers in the midst of the elders, informed by one of the phrases which underpins the practice of Ubuntu, says, young shall lean on the shoulders of the elders. I'm looking for an advice in that regard in relation to the question that I would like to pose, saying that can there be a space and time where we meet and speak as ourselves, whether it can be in this form of platforms, but speak as ourselves and leave at least those perhaps may share the same ideas we want to express, and create an environment where some of these have already happened, where we speak. And Prof. Nicolaides, thank you so much for that. And you added another phenomena on the question of color, the color pink. Number two, I make a comment regarding that to say coloniality and the whole discourse, some of us, we encounter it at the university space. It's still a new struggle. We're still trying to make sense of it. However, there's one thing that is common, even before we could encounter the discourse decolonization in the academia, which has been a question of how do we relate with one another living in South Africa post-1994. And that question is a question that happens on the streets everywhere outside academia, and even a place where we ourselves, our qualifications and our academic statuses are not even, noticeable. But that question continues: how do we relate to one another post-1994? Thank you so much.
And thank you very much, Mr. Mandela. We will now invite Prof. Siepe, who is going to have the unfortunate situation of being limited to 4 minutes for his response. Yeah. And thereafter, we'll take tea for only 10 minutes. We'll just grab our tea back into the room and carry on with the program. Thank you.
I always find it interesting how Africans will try to spend time eating than engaging. But anyway, that is me. May I start at the beginning to thank Dr. Mzileni for his input. And his input was really that these terms that we use are big terms. They're a shorthand. And we should be careful in using them, not to run the risk of not so much covering up, but failing to make visible the microaggressions that are embedded in it. What he was putting across is that when we talk about coloniality, we are also talking about an ongoing pain. So he was making it real. So whenever we deal with these big terms, we must also make it real. That this is about what people experience on a daily basis. But what has not happened, and because of colonialism and coloniality, we have not made these microaggressions very real. We have not made this pain real. The whole notion of reminding ourselves that colonialism was really about categorizing of people, those who were human and those who were subhuman, and or animals. It's a reality, and it manifests itself in how Africans are regarded. Their pain is not even seen, and it's not a pain that needs to be talked about, and it's ongoing. It manifests itself in the spaces we occupy. It manifests itself in the continued reality where Africans find themselves squashed in small spaces in the country of their birth. We can talk about changes. We can talk about our commitment that we are non-racial, non-sexist, but the real issues, as we have some think tanks in this country, will tell you that the land question is not important. They tell you, no, the Africans don't want land. If you ask them, they simply want jobs. And then I ask them, if land is that unimportant, why are you keeping it? Why do you spend so much time to try to convince us otherwise, but do you want to keep it? And if you're so much against apartheid, what actions are you taking to make sure that we reverse that which is in our face? That when I drive from here to Limpopo, I see swaths of land and some even having rivers, dams that are owned by one person. But my commitment to anti-racism does not speak to this reality. I mean, I grew up in a place where we'll get into a train and there'll be few coaches that are reserved for white people. And black people will be hanging for their dear lives going to work. And in there, good white people will be sitting comfortably. So so when we talk about the system that has benefited other people, what are we doing with those benefits to show our commitment to change? So what you are saying is that let's make our discussions real as experience on a daily basis, so that we move from abstract big terms that are a shorthand to these microaggressions. And again, Professor Shokani, what is important about these sessions and the interventions like yourselves and that of Professor Dr. Mzileni is really to say we are privileged to be able to make these things visible. And let's talk about it. Let's name them. Let's not shy away from naming privilege, disadvantage, racism, and of course, the notions of the justification of the continued coloniality. Coloniality is an ongoing struggle that must be dealt with every day, as you probably indicate. And Professor Shokwane, you have actually forced me to have to agree with you on the issue of, do we really, it's not about time that we have another TRC. And I can tell you, we needed a TRC. It's the TRC that we had did some good, but it did also a lot of damage. One of the things that the TRC did that we always understood as African people is that apartheid was a system that privileged a people of color against white people, if I were to put it bluntly like that. That all of us, every Black person was disadvantaged because of apartheid. And white people, even those who fought against apartheid, were also privileged by that system. But what the TRC did was to remove the system by turning it into the individual acts by some people, and therefore exonerated all the beneficiaries of the system, those who were comfortable. So if we want to talk about the TRC, we have to revisit the terms of engagement, because the terms of engagement were flawed. If you wanted to talk about apartheid, you cannot reduce apartheid to acts of Eugene de Kock. Yeah. You talk about the forced removals of people in their land, in their place of birth. You know, one of the things that I had certain Mr. Mkonazi, who I worked with in the Ministry of Defense, when he came to visit me at my office here at KwaDlangezwa, he looked at the tree and he said, you know, I grew up playing in that tree, under that tree, but we were removed to make room for this university. So every time I come here, there's a sense of pain, because that tree reminds me of how we forcibly removed to create the University of Zululand. So these are the things that the TRC did not deal with. Instead, we dealt with individuals. So the TRC was flawed, because what it did was to act in such a way that it exonerated all the beneficiaries of apartheid and simply identified the people like Eugene de Kock and dealt with them. So we need to look at it. The second thing that the TRC did not deal with are the structures and systems of subjugation. And that includes the academy. It was the academics who were also in the forefront of justifying the system of apartheid. They colluded. I mean, now you hear that, oh, some universities were open. They were not open. The fact that they allowed a few Black people does not make them open. And if they were open, how come today the very same institutions that were open universities are the ones that are resisting transformation? How come you find that if you look at the Black professors at the places like UCT, it's simply minuscule? The same thing happens, but what you have more justification of why we can't have African people in those places. So I do think that the academy should have been subjected to the TRC. The judiciary should have been subjected to the TRC. The professions should have been subjected to TRC. To an extent that if you look at the legal practice, it took only a few years ago, about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, the Black advocate decided to walk away from the bar councils in this country, precisely because they were experiencing racism, to create what is called Pan-African Bar Association of South Africa, precisely because their colleagues who are supposed to be educated, who are supposed to deal with justice, continue to suffer from the virus of apartheid and racism. So the TRC should also have looked at the professions. It should have looked at also the role of some so-called civil societies, who today, they tend to be more active in making sure that the change does not occur. If you don't I would advise you to read Mandela's last statement to the ANC in 1997 and hear what he says about his utter disappointment about what happened and what he has observed. He identifies the press as a problem. He identifies, of course, opposition parties as a problem. He identifies the media as part of the problem. The media should also have been subjected to the TFC. So there are a lot of things that should, the Constitution itself, because what the Constitution did was simply to say, let us reconcile on the basis of the past. We are not going to take any land from you. And if we do it, it will be supervised in such a way that you talk about market-related prices. And then the prices suddenly go up and the government is not able to buy that land and you have the same thing remaining. So there is a need for us to privatize, but we must create spaces where these realities that manifest themselves in people's pain, if we cannot talk about them at universities, then you can't talk about them anyway. This is supposed to be a safe space to say the unthinkable, to the things that we are not able to say. And of course, part of the challenge has been is that these spaces are far in between. And we must also not risk the issue of saying, it is not about revenge. It is simply about saying the future of this country lies in making sure that we address and redress the past inequalities and the past injustices. And for as long as injustice remains, nobody is going to be free. The last part, the issue of power, it's very interesting that the people who are a majority, who have a numerical majority, who constitute about 80%, still talk about lack of power. That lack of power is lack of power in their heads. That you have so consumed, like as I said, when I think about the Mandelas, when they had to face the military might of apartheid, they understood what they stood up, but they knew that they would defeat, that they were fighting a righteous struggle. And they said this righteous is worth the sacrifice. But you are in a majority, and you still act as if you are powerless. That powerlessness is, and what you find is that you would have people who would, even when they are in a minority, will speak with such confidence that you run away. I mean, let me just say, Dr. Mzaleni, you just reminded me of two things. One of the things that I do when I give these presentations and I attend conferences, sometimes I stand up like you do and raise an issue that in the past it will be an issue that speaks to the Black experience. And Black people will look down, almost embarrassed by my outburst. Then I go to the bathroom and they come and say, hey, that was a good point. You know, you know. That is so common. But Professor Shokani, let's create space for those Black people so that they don't go and harass us in the toilet when we're doing our business. And it also manifests in a number of ways. When I write an article and a scholar or somebody who's teaching at university who's a professor says, oh, I read your article. That's a very good, you raise an interesting point. Next time I think you should include this. Then I say, but why don't you do it? What prevents you from doing it? So part of our oppression is because we allow it. You know, I used to like Nigerian guys when they come and say, no, what sort of, they ask you, you talk you're oppressed. They say, how many are you in that country? You say you're 80%. I said, no, I mean, stop talking to us. I mean, when you are serious about fighting against oppression, because we are saying you cannot have a numerical majority and still behave as if you're oppressed. You do need to do something. The Mandelas did it when things were really difficult. Right now, the only thing that can happen to me for speaking the truth is that I'll be inconvenienced. That's the only thing. So most of us here choose not to speak because we are avoiding the issue of convenience, because it's so convenient to say nothing and ask other people. Then they come into the naming issue. You know, it's also something that requires a form of liberation, because it is a statement that you make about yourself. You know, many of our colleagues who went abroad, especially in places like England, when they came back, the name had changed. I mean, one of them is a friend of mine called Raisaka. He used to be called Ronald and all that. And he says when he got to England and they asked him, what's your name? He said, Ronald. So I thought you are from Africa, you know, because and then he realized that, and many of them realized that, and they started assuming their names. And when Thabo Mbeki became a president, because he didn't have an English name, suddenly Africans who with names like Sam Shilowa changed their names to Mbazima. Terale Kota, who was called something else, he became Musiala Kota. There was an immediate flurry of changes. Now we started knowing people's names, which is fine. But we do need to get to a stage where we liberate ourselves mentally. Now, the issue that Professor Nicolaides that one must deal with is the issue of the audience. I mean, you're quite correct in saying we are writing for that audience, the audience that is also responsible for our own oppression. And I think that must change. It's about time that we write, our audience is our people. Those people who, when they write to their own people. They don't write to us. And if you think oppression occurred because people did not understand, then you have no understanding that these are vested interests. Just like the people who are saying you should not have land, it's not because they don't understand that it is terrible for you to live in a squatter camps. I mean, you must just go to Alexandria and see the condition and tell me that after the people have seen that. So the issue of interest have little to do with whether people can see that, you appeal to their moral conscience. We spent a lot of time, I mean, read the history of the ANC. All they did for almost 60 years was to appeal to the conscience of white people until it came to a point where say, no, this is not going to work. What we need is mass mobilization. And that mass mobilization was met with guns, with shootings, the sub-bill, all the atrocities that occurred within the Black people is not because they have not tried to reach to the conscience of people. So what we need is to start focusing on ourselves. We spend all our time focusing on all other people except ourselves. That's why Africa is where it is. You know, the last point is that a friend of mine who is an African American, when he was almost 90, and they were concerned about the Bush reign as a president of America, decided to say, as Black professors, they should get together in Ohio, Cincinnati, and try to write to Bush and try to raise the issues of how they feel as African Americans. And his fellow Americans who were also in their 90s said to him, Herb, we are only left with a few years of our life. Can you just allow us to live without thinking about white people? Because all our lives have been about what the white people are not doing or doing to us. Africans have had centuries worried about Europe. It's about time that Africa focuses on Africa. And only when you do that will you be taken seriously. Part of the reason why you're not taken seriously is that you're busy looking up to solutions to the people who are also beneficiaries of your own oppression. So I do like to believe that there might be some people who are changing, but at what cost to our people? Charity begins at home. It's about time that what we write is about the empowerment of our people and it's directed to our people. In the same way that what people in Europe do, they write to the Europeans for the interests of the Europeans, not to the interests of African people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we are at, I realized I had said Prof would be limited to 5 minutes because he had time to speak later, but I realized I was looking at yesterday's program. Yes. So Professor Brown will be running off for us and today, and not Professor Yepe. But of course, we have more time for engagement after tea. Colleagues, can we take 5 minutes to grab our tea and come back and then carry on with the next session at, let's make it 10 minutes instead of 11, say 11:05 until 11:15. The next session will commence at 11:15. Thank you very much. And thanks, colleagues online. We'll carry on at 11, we'll continue at 11:15. Want me to pause the camera? That's at least, that's at the minimum. As a matter of fact, you definitely have, it will be a reiterative process. And for the colleagues who are making comments, I'm proposing, if you agree, but you may disagree with that, bro. So it's just a proposal. I'm proposing 3 minutes. So there'll be a timer. When you hear that cell phone beeping, it means your 3 minutes are up if you are making a comment. The idea is not to muzzle any comment, not to give the appearance that any particular comment or question is being discouraged, but to create space for as many comments as possible. So for instance, you may have a chance to make another comment if there are no colleagues commenting. I just think it's one of the ways we could democratize the time more. It may not be the best way, but science, as they say, the truth of science is incremental. It's never final. Okay. Okay. Oh, Prof, you have a presentation.
Well,
you have slides.
Well, not slides. Yeah, one or two.
Okay, so if you have slides, then 5 minutes will not be sufficient for you. Yes. Okay. Prof Moyo actually has a mini presentation. He will go first. 5 minutes will be insufficient. I thought it was going to be extempore comments, but in your case, it will definitely not be sufficient. We will take the time that your presentation will take. So we won't limit it to a comment. I was thinking in terms of the comment. So we have to withdraw from that procedure for your presentation. It's up to Dr. Tele to inform us how you want your presentation to go. Yeah. But for the colleagues who are commenting and asking questions, we'll try the 3 minute thing and see how well it works. If it doesn't work very well, we can modify it. It's now my pleasure to invite to the podium Professor George Moyo. Please welcome him nicely.
Thank you very much, Chair. I thought you were an impartial chair, but we are two and we were given less time. But yesterday you had 5 people who were given unlimited time. No offense, Chair. Well, I almost said comrades. I don't know whether, or to say colleagues. I don't know what is a good term. Comrades, yeah? Okay. I know that I'm implicated in all of this. You know, when Prof. Siepe met me yesterday morning, he said, yeah, you see how I've implicated you in the program. So being implicated, I have no choice. You know, I've just got to deal with it. Colleagues have been talking about so many things, and sometimes I felt 2 things. One is that we are preaching in quotes to the converted, and secondly, that we seem to be skirting around the issues, the real core. There's an elephant that we're facing here to decolonize. And I kept hearing questions saying, how do we do it? At this point, I just want to say to colleagues, remember yesterday you were told that if the rocket doesn't take off, you resign. Okay. These colleagues, I'm not advertising. This booklet is an invitation to engagement. And I would really implore people to go through it. We will also put it on the intranet so that people can navigate their way around all these terms. Prof. Sepe spoke about big terms. And Dr. Mzileni also said, well, you know, big concepts. But here we endeavored to try to distill all of these concepts that are floating around and say, how do we distill and bring them down to action? You know, Paulo Freire says, you know, theory without action is just, you know, verbalism. At the same time, action without theory is activism. But we try to bring praxis to this thing. So I want to start by talking about all of this thing we are talking about. It's really entanglement. It's the phenomenon called entanglement. And Prof. Sepe will understand as a physicist that we are all entangled in colonialities. These three are just foundational. They're just an example. There are many colonialities in our everyday life. Even the way we breathe sometimes is colonial. In the bedroom, there's a coloniality. In the kitchen, there's a coloniality. There are so many colonialities. It's an entanglement. And when I say entanglement, it means that our behaviors and actions are influenced by things that are not even local. Physicists will know about that. You know, Pluto will influence what is happening here. Not even going far to Pluto. The moon, the tides, everything is a question of interconnectedness. The world is interconnected. We cannot escape that. We are all interconnected. So all these issues of coloniality, they're an example of interconnectedness. Now, the coloniality of power, how is it achieved? How does it inflict compliance? I hesitate to say compliance. I want to pick up on the word discursive practices. A discourse goes beyond language, what we were talking about yesterday. A discourse, some scholars have argued that, is a system of representation. The share time waiting is a discourse. Many things we see around, the mass media, TikTok, Facebook, there are discourses all around us. That's why I say we are entangled. That's how power, colonial power is exercised through this entanglement, through discursive power, through ideology. We are surrounded by all of these things. And of course, you see how this entanglement works, the arrows. It begins to influence how we define reality, ontology. You know, there's a big, big debate about what reality is. And I'm not even sure whether anyone knows what reality is. Much worse when you have colonialities. So you have discourses that actually try to say what reality is, and then that reality of yourself, of your identity, as a black or white or wife or husband, is also affected. But under coloniality of being, you are actually dehumanized. You know, it was talked about this morning. I almost said Prof. Mzileni, but you see, Prof, Doc, all these are discourses also. which are also problematic, which also entangle us in a number of ways. Anyway, Doc or Prof. Mzileti said that Mzileni, okay, coloniality categorized some people as animals, others as people. So thereby dehumanizing. That works its way to a certain kind of consciousness, which according to this diagram is Western epistemic consciousness. Kachenin has written a lot about we need to strive for epistemic freedom. So you see how this epistemic freedom is taken away through the colonialities. And also what Prof. Siepe talked about yesterday and other contributors talked about, that the universalization of knowledge, of truth, comes from Western epistemic line of finish. If it's not verified there, then it's not knowledge. Then you see how it works its way out up to, in epistemological dimensions, further reinforcing the discourses that you have, and then shaping ontology and shaping the being. All that converges. I'll use another word, intersectionality. All those intersect on a colonized being in the lived experiences. So here we are, entangled colonialities, not just these three, many, intersectionality, how they intersect on people to inflict damage. I think that's what we are talking about, really, when it comes to it. Now I'm going to go to the next, where is the, when I'm not using my computer, I can, how do I go to the next? Yeah. Yeah. You see, Prof. Siepe said if the rocket doesn't take off,
the site is on fire.
Yeah. So, okay. At UNIZULU now, given that we are sitting with those colonialities, given the entanglement that we have, the institution has decided that through Vision 27, of which Prof was part as an executive, they saw that we need to go through a process of unfreezing ourselves, right? So that we can deliberate like this in order to institute change. But you see, as we unfreeze, as we interrogate these concepts, we need understanding. Understanding is a big word. When you say you understand something, it means that you are going through a hermeneutic cycle where you are at a stage, at one stage, you are at a pre-understanding stage. And then you go on to, yeah, now I understand what it means, coloniality of being. And then it goes through the cycle. I can now reconfigure my life. I can now do something. It's a cycle. It's an ongoing and never-ending cycle. But it needs institutional framework. It needs to be managed. in such a way that, the pre-understanding is unfrozen, the change takes place, it freezes, you work with that, and then you go on like that. It goes on. It's a never-ending, lifelong situation. Now, bringing all this together, where we are right now, we are here. We are here. We are entrapped in this entanglement. We are trying to move this way. Now, you can see up there, what we need is to develop a decolonial consciousness. A decolonial consciousness. For us to act at all, we need to develop a decolonial consciousness. But that's not, it doesn't come by preaching. It comes through reading with understanding. So many people are writing on colonialities. There are so many concepts which I'm going to come back to. So we do need to develop a decolonial consciousness that will enable us to recognize the colonialities that we are entangled in. If we don't have that consciousness, we don't recognize. I mean, Karl Marx used to say the working class must move away from being a class in itself towards a class for itself. That is a shift in consciousness from false consciousness to a consciousness which corresponds with their lived experiences. So we move all the way until we get there, but there also is an ongoing cycle. It doesn't end there. So I think I'm just hoping that from the launch of African Node, a critical mass of people have been experiencing waves of decolonial consciousness. We're at different stages of it, but we are still moving. And I'm sure by today or by tomorrow, this faculty will have moved. You know how the waves move? They go like that up to the end of consciousness, such that then they will begin to act and interrogate the colonialities that they are entangled in. Now, I just want to end by saying, I'm not sure whether I'm still in 5 minutes, but because you heard that I said you were not fair. Okay. Now, in this invitation, because it can't be called advertising, we're not getting money out of this. In this invitation to engagement, we have section 6 on page 24, where we try to look at all sections of the university and say, okay, having conceptualized, having developed a measure of decolonial consciousness, what now do you do? And there are examples of people, scholars in South Africa, in many universities in South Africa, even abroad, who are writing prolifically, who are interrogating certain concepts. For example, I'll give an example in my area in education curriculum. There are people who have written about what is called an epistemically insurgent curriculum. Insurgents, you know what insurgents mean? That was used by oppressive government to say, in that part of our border, there's insurgents there, send the army. But here we are talking about, you remember we're fighting for epistemic freedom. Therefore, you have to go for a curriculum which is epistemically insurgent, a terrorist curriculum, which you need to institute. Now, what I'm trying to say here to colleagues is that, Dean, don't worry. Just let people, one or two people in your faculty, say that, look, we are going to study this phenomenon called insurgent epistemic curriculum and see how we apply it in teaching a language or in teaching sociology in an insurgent way. I mean, this is an elephant. You eat it in small pieces. Don't let it be too big, you know? Just go for 2 or 3 or 4 people club together. They go deep. There's a lot written. I am telling you, colleagues, there's a lot written about these things. Another one is pluriverse curriculum. There's some people who can say, okay, how do we turn our curriculum to be pluriversal? I've read articles, a biology lecturer making the curriculum pluriverse in biology. And then let's go to pedagogy. Again, in line with an insurgent curriculum, there is what is called pedagogy of insurgency. It's there, it's written. All you need to do is to read. There's no way we can do slogans. I'm telling you, we can make as many workshops like this, talking around the issues, unless we sit down and read and try to implement and humaneutically try to understand and implement and reconfigure our teaching. We are not going anywhere. Another one is pedagogy of activism. There are so many. These are just examples. Humanizing pedagogy and so forth. So, colleagues, all I am saying in my comment, and I want to thank Prof. Siepe because he based his presentation on African scholars, which is quite commendable, you know. And I could see that. But, you know, all these concepts that we are having now, because knowledge is insurgent, knowledge is process, you know, has culminated. These people who write about all these concepts, they still quote Ngugi, they still quote other African scholars. So I guess what I'm saying is that I think it's time to get our hands dirty. I mean, let's go beyond the comfort of naming is important. We are naming, we have been talking about these things. Now it's time for action. And we are saying in this humble little booklet, there is a way. We know that HR is already trying to do something about it. And I'm hoping that in the next workshop, we are going to hear people showcasing what they have done in terms of developing a pluriverse curriculum or an insurgent pedagogy. We interrogate that. That's the way to move forward. That's the way to, to move, to develop the wave of consciousness that is needed. I think I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Moyo. We will now invite Dr. Taylor. You also have
unlimited.
Yes.
Hello, thank you very much. Greetings, colleagues. Thank you, Prof. Moya, for that. I would call it a mouth-watering presentation and very impactful presentation. And thank you very much for really unpacking the framework. And thank you for the copies that you circulated yesterday. First and foremost, I also would like to welcome Professor Siepe's presentation this morning. That actually laid a foundation for us to understand the coloniality of knowledge or colonized knowledge. Colleagues, we are in Africa, we are in South Africa, and probably through Prof. Siepe's leadership in this workshop, he has actually said a lot about Africa and South Africa. But we should be reminded that as South Africans, we experience apartheid colonialism. And our colonialism is that of a special type. Unlike other colonized countries in Africa, whereby their colonizers left, we, in our instance, the colonizers did not leave us. In as much as I remember when Ndlovu Kacheni also was presenting in the VISIS workshop last year, he even quoted Winston Churchill, on the cognitive empire, that the future should be dominated by the cognitive empire when Winston Churchill was addressing students. Colleagues, what I want to say is that we need to comprehend the length and the breadth of colonized knowledge as articulated by Professor Siepe this morning. That is in higher education and society in general. We are a university, and we should really play a role in collaborating with our communities. When we do so, then the praxis that Professor Moya mentioned, then there will be action. Colonized knowledge has made us or the scores of Africans to doubt our own philosophy of existence. You know, we've become too afraid. Having said that, I want to go and jump and talk about what Professor Ndlovu-Kasheni expressed on how Africans were dismembered. Dismemberment. You know, what that, Professor Siepe, is when you spoke of dislocation. All right, you quoted Sherry Mitchell on dislocation, Ngugi on dislocation, and then there's also Ndlovu-Kasheni speaks of dismemberment. You know, Africa was dismembered from the time of King Shaka. Ushaka, Inkosi Ushaka, King Shaka, is portrayed as a king that was very ruthless. And we read that in history because we're not there. But already information or history was distorted, has been distorted, and is still being distorted. I believe that Shaka was protecting the knowledge. He was protecting the knowledge. He was protecting something, rather for the white settlers to devour, to come and monopolize what belongs to South Africa or belongs to Africa. And probably, Dr. Ntuli, Pembina, you will correct my history. That is why I said yesterday, we really need to invest in our biographical knowledge. So then we go to King Cetshwayo. Okay? Before we go to King Cetshwayo, and we find that King Shaka, you know, was killed by his own brothers, killed by Dingane, Mhlangane, and so forth. And then you ask yourself, how can my own brothers kill me? Why could he? How could his own brothers kill him? In fact, you know, what changed the love for the brotherhood? If the white settlers did not come, would they have done that? I'm just posing a question. But already we find King Cetshwayo, owadingiswa wayale ku-Queen England, taken, sent to England. Remember, you must correct me if I'm mentioning the wrong kings. But it was forceful, you know. Why was it taken away? That is dismemberment. And also wanting to really change his thinking and change the attitude, you know, whereby, you know, the Europe was actually taking from us. A lot is happening in the process of dismemberment. Why are we here today? And what are we doing as the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences? What are we trying to do as the University of Zululand? We want to remember, not the remember that you remember. That is what Ndlovu-Kasheni says. We are remembering, we're putting the member, you know, like after being dismembered, with the hyphen member, remember, put back together what has been dismembered. Colonizers have worked so hard in the process of dismemberment to disrupt you know, the knowledge that we had as the African people in the African continent. Yes, in the Aborigines of Australia, similar. In the Aboriginal, the indigenous people of Canada, something similar. And yes, so now, in the process of dismemberment, what is it that we need to do as the university and as the faculty to put together and to remember to reconfigure? The information that we have lost, knowledge that slipped through our fingers, you know, how do we bring it back? We collaborate through community engagement. Currently, in the Department of Sociology, Department of African Languages, History, is it social work? We are busy with a project in KwaNongoma that talks about Umthombiso Mfana, raising a boy child. We cannot sit in our offices and think that we'll get information, but we have to go there physically, you know, and engage with the communities, engage with the Zinduna, engage with the young boys, engage with their mothers, with their fathers, you know, with the gogo in the community, you know, the elders in the community, to really resuscitate and bring back, you know, that knowledge. That is a process of remembering what was dislocated or what was dismembered, as Ndlovu Katsheni puts it, you know, explicitly. We have to reclaim, we have to resuscitate our virgin knowledge, IKS, and we have to collaborate. We have to really bring in our elders, you know, to the fore. Unfortunately, Professor Shokane, Professor Khumalo is here, but I'm happy that Dr. Ntuli is here. And probably Professor Buthelezi, you will remember, I'm not sure whether you had actually joined that department. At one stage, that department had, they had students from the US, Prof. Siepe. And they came to South Africa with names like the white students. Their names were Lindiwe. There was Mandla. You remember? Yeah, there was Mandla and Professor Brown. There was Bongile. There was Bongile. And I'm on the 5th floor, and I at that time I used to go and drink tea with colleagues in that department. That is how I got to know about that project. And then I asked myself, what is happening here? Hey, Bo, they were speaking isiZulu. They were sent, that emanates from the US foreign policy. Colleagues, zooming into their higher education or whatever basic or elementary education policy. At that time, the United States wanted to know, why are we not lied, you know, by other countries? Why are we being criticized, yet we're doing so much? We bring in aid through US aid, through the non-governmental organizations. We bring in aid. We export our aid to the other countries, but we're not liked by them. That was a project, Professor Siepe, through language, to understand our culture. Because if they come in English, I'm sorry, Prof, there's something they were going to miss. But when you speak the language, Prof Moya, you would understand the culture better. All right. And we're like, wow, That is great. And yet we were blind. They were still coming to harvest. Coming to harvest. I don't know what happened to that project in Pemba, but yeah, but it happened. All right. So those are other the type of policies that, okay, it's normal about slavery, whereby we're actually taking people forcefully. What other strategies can we really come up with to steal information, to take from? And yeah, we really have to apply that insurgent epistemic curriculum and really be rigorous in terms of resuscitating our knowledges. I happened to visit. I'm sure most of us have been in Vilakazi Street in Soweto, and visited Mandela's house, which Prof. Siepe, you also mentioned earlier on. The atrocities, when you walk into that house, you just and you see, you know, what is there. And there's that wall that was created when police attacked Winnie's house and fired bullets. There are even bullet holes, you know, on the wall. And the wall that was built when Winnie, may her soul rest in peace, would hide with the children behind the wall, you see. It makes you think, what is our purpose today? What is it that we can do to take the baton from Abo Mama Winnie Mandela in this space of institutions of higher learning? Is to say, yes, Professor Siepe, she was the first woman not to, or first person not to be afraid to say, I am a member of the ANC. Let us not be afraid, colleagues, to express our pain. The university and this project, this intellectual project, has become a platform for us to heal, Professor Apome. And as we heal, the wounds have to be reopened, unfortunately, so that they can also be, you know, properly bandaged. And let us not be afraid to take this to the classroom. Professor Moy, let us really focus on engaging our communities. I'm happy to say we also, through the leadership of Professor Shokane, had the opportunity to be part and parcel of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund project. We've got Dr. Maposa here, who used to be in that, what you call, project as well. And there's a lot that we gained from the communities when we engage with Abo Mama, you know, and sharing and, you know, their experiences. And we learned a lot from them. We learn a lot and we bring that to the classroom. How do you bring it to the classroom, you know? And that is why it is important that in the modules that we teach, let us not do that just for promotion purpose, but let us bring it back to the classroom so that our students can really understand and not be dislocated, you know, from the realities of life. As I learned, comrades, It is also important that even when we teach students, let us give them the opportunity to express themselves and to showcase their lives, where they come from, and use that in the classroom. We live in a fourth industrial revolution, whatever, like technology. Students have got smartphones, they can take pictures, you understand, and bring them to class. They can take videos. We ask them to share their videos, milking the cows, in the garden, and take them to the classroom and really work on it. They will feel very comfortable. And there is a process of remembering. We must remember, it is a process. I'm just checking if I'm not leaving anything out. Yes, and thank you very much for all these terminologies. And yeah, I would also want to make mention that in our umlalazi or amakoskazi or mama rather eshowe, we came up with the concept of ukonga. And I remember Professor Masocha, Professor Ashokana was saying, you colleagues, when you write, why are you changing? Write ukonga. You understand? Write ukonga. Because we kept on saying, so that people can understand, but they will have to go and check what is ukonga, what is the meaning of ukonga. Thank you, colleagues.
And thank you very much, Tele. Thank you, Prof. Moyo. Thanks to our distinguished panelists. The floor is now open. We actually don't have much of a problem because there's a gap in the program between the end of this session and lunch at 12:30. So we can carry on from now until 12:30 with our comments. So let's take a round of 2. Yes, colleagues, I did say, if you remember, I said 2 things, that we would give priority to those who had not previously spoken. Then we would also use a timer, a 3-minute timer. So you will hear from there when it makes that sound. The idea, again, let me repeat this, is not to limit anyone's comments, but to provide as much space for a multiplicity of comments as possible. And I'm also going to continue to ask those who consider themselves to be younger in the room to please, this is a safe space. This is within the faculty. If we remember when Prof. Siepe started yesterday, he did say it is what you do in the classroom. Prof. Siepe is not coming to your classroom. The dean is not coming to your classroom. The vice chancellor is not coming to your classroom. It is what you do in your classroom that will determine whether all of this was a waste of time or whether it's a real success. So I think it's very vital when we assess what we are doing to have every person who stands before students make a comment, ask questions. Okay, so while we wait for that, we'll take those who have indicated. I'll start with Dr. Ntuli, and then I'll go to Dr. Nzileni. Dr. Ntuli. No, from the previous thing, I said you have not spoken since.
Yeah. But always, Prof. Shokane calls me number 2. So I've got used to being number 2, yeah, because there's the other Ntuli. Yeah. Good afternoon, colleagues. I wanted to rise earlier after Prof. Shokane had spoken by way of calming emotions, because I know about that. That's what we do in isiZulu when emotions go high, and an elder will rise up and say, "Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho." you need. Oh. I'm getting emotional already. I was saying you need to get that because you may need it when dealing with those students out there, when you try to calm them down and call them to order. Uthi, ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho. Say after me. Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho. Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho. Hlala phansi. Hlala phansi. Hlala phansi. Hlala phansi. And once the elder says that, then the warriors will be brought back to order. We need order sometimes, and as much as we need the energy from young people. But I want to. I'm with Dr. Gumede. She has offered me her 3 minutes so that I can speak on behalf of the department. Yeah, so I've got 6 already. Just to add on this important debate, I just want to tap into some little knowledge produced by authors who write in isiZulu. Beginning with Ubaba R. Dlomo. We called him R. Dlomo. When he was looking at the famine, the lack of direction that his people were facing, the helplessness, he said, "I bagit sesmavigit," in isiZulu, which means we are tattered, we are defeated, and it seems we enjoyed the defeat. He went on. But I also want to touch on a man very close to me, Untuli, C.S. Ntuli. When he does symbolism
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
James. Hello, James. James.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Okay, thank you, colleagues. We apologize for that little break. I think the movements on the stage upset the connections a bit. Yeah.
James.
Am I audible?
Hello, James.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Carry on. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Dr. Julie. I wish we could have captured that. At least I have some of it in my memory. So sorry, colleagues, you missed some parts of Dr. Ntuli's intervention. He has decided to take his seat. So we'll carry on with the next comment. It's from Dr. Mzileni. Have to be very careful.
Yes.
I'm scared of pushing everything. Just maybe. No, maybe so it doesn't slide down.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just have I just have two comments. First, I want to welcome these amazing top quality contributions from this panel. I wish I could take the panel somewhere else, maybe repeat it on somewhere around Africa Month with the rest of the university community, because I've been tasked at the moment to put together a Rhodes Must Fall webinar for May. I spoke at the University of Manchester last week on the connections between plantation slavery, land dispossession, and the Rhodes Must Fall movement. So they showed us that can we bring that panel to UNIZOLU in May. So I think maybe we could have a series of seminars running around these common themes, and one of them could be the amazing contributions we've made this morning. So thank you for that. My two comments will focus, one comment for Prof. Moyo and one comment for Dr. Bell. For Prof. Moyo, I think that the concepts that you've tabled, in my view, they are going to need a strong intellectual rhythm. I think that's the word I want to use, rhythm. They're going to need a strong intellectual rhythm from the students. And that is what I want to do as a programmatic activity to drive the work of this workshop now into the classroom. So, and I'm glad this workshop has happened just a week before we start in the classes with reading 2, which will be their assignment that they're going to submit on the 12th of April. The faculty has a journal, right? But I don't think students have a journal, a student journal. And it's just ideas in my head, as you were saying, Dr. Tello, of what could be done to build this intellectual rhythm, this intellectual culture amongst the students. And I'm thinking that if second years, which I have about 80 of them, and then first years just above 100, if they are all writing assignments,
there has to be something that I must do with those. I mean, there's no way there can be close to 200 assignments and nothing is done about that material, you know. So I think the good ones, the top assignments, I'm just going to compile them and see if we cannot find a very good editor that can convert them into a readable journal, and the work then kicks off from there. Also at the honors level, I was given 3 students to supervise last night. One on graduate unemployment, 2 student crime, and 3 on local government. And even at that level as well, because we have about 20 honor students, which is a very good number to work with, to build an intellectual culture. So I'm also thinking at that level that for 20 students acting as 20 authors, compiling a student journal as one of their assessments, and then 1 or 2 of them could be the guest editor of the journal that they produce themselves. And then you compile that as a booklet on the topic about deep colonial consciousness as a breakaway to building the node for African thought, so that they can get to not only live at UniZulu as beings or students, but also as intellectuals of UniZulu who get to critique the very institution that they belong in as part of their academic assessment work in the process as well. In other words, doing intellectual work with joy and excitement, but also doing this whole exercise as part of your progress towards your qualification. So I'm thinking ideas are along those lines. If it is too late or constrained about time or resources, now definitely second semester, it will take off. So be prepared. This journal will come from the sociology department, from sociology students. There's just no way 95 students can all write assignments, and you just mark that material and throw it away. It makes no sense. So that material is going to be kept, and we look for a good editor to convert it into a very professional journal deal. You know, I'll even look for a Routledge template so that the Nkanyezi journal for staff and senior scholars will also have a corresponding student journal running alongside, so that you introduce students at an early age in the intellectual culture of what is to become when you are an intellectual at a senior level. My last comment, damn, I forgot this point now on the first comment. Let me come back to it after lunch. My last comment on remembering and dismembering community engagement and so on. Dr. Keller, you are spot on. And I sort of want to pose this as a challenge maybe to Prof. Sipe or the dean. How do you have a colonial, I mean, how can you have an African university in a colonial society? Right? Because you can turn UniZulu to be a node for African thought. You can turn it into a decolonial institution. But the graduates we're producing, we want them to be top, excellent students who must go compete in the market in Johannesburg, who must go compete in the market in Bangui, who must go compete in the market in Cape Town, in Accra, in London, in Singapore, right? Now, the colonial market does not want decolonized graduates who are going to come and disrupt what they are busy doing, right? They want graduates who are going to cooperate with what they are trying to achieve, which is the bottom line. So in other words, there's no way the node for African thought can be an internal conversation at UNESCO. The big leg of it also has to be an external programmatic work that engages government, civil society, the market, and all other external forces that the university has to play with in order to produce graduates that are fit for society and are able to adapt anywhere we place them in the world. And they become productive, disruptive professionals who will go there to make significant changes, right? So you cannot divorce community engagement as a central pillar of building the node for African thought, because the graduates are going to produce are going to go outside of the university, and they need to fit in a society that is also moving towards a decolonial itself. So as you decolonize the university, you also decolonize society at the same time. There's no Chinese wall between the two, you know? Because otherwise, if you only stick to decolonizing the university and you allow society to remain colonial, colonial forces are going to respond to what you're doing. You're going to produce decolonized students, and the colonial market will simply not employ them. Yeah. You know? But however, if you do deliberate decolonial work that remembers all these forces, you would be able to produce graduates that go to your society that you've been working with and engaging with and having partnerships, you know? So the aspect of the KwaNongoma community engagement program, building umfana, building umntu, which again brings me to that, what I spoke about yesterday. For Africans, language is not language for purpose of speaking and communicating or translating. No, language is a philosophy. Language is a sociology. Umntu is a person. Umntu is a sociology. Umntu is a philosopher. Umntu is an anthropology. Umntu is a science. Umntu is an innovation. Umntu in an African language carries so many things that you've got to remember. Remember, as Dr. Keller said, you bring them into a common paradigm together. You don't dismember them, you know? So when we talk about Umntu, this community engagement program we speak about, it's about building Umntu, but it's building Umntu beyond just language of speaking, but also in concepts. In today's life, what does that mean? When you ask that question, you are asking a philosophical question, a language question, an anthropological question, an economic question. You know, many layers are embedded in the languages that we embody. Do I have 2 minutes or one? One.
It's actually time, but you can take one.
Oh. The last point I wanted to make, coming back to the point I forgot to make. Oh, that is my alarm. Oh, okay. The last point I wanted to make to Professor Moyo, coming back to building an intellectual culture. You will never build an intellectual culture among students without discipline. All right? Without discipline. So I say to them, you don't come to my class if you don't have a notebook in front of you. Right? I told them on lecture 2, if you don't have a notebook in front of you, leave the class. Right? So what happened is, on the 3rd class, they all had notebooks, except 2 students. When I walked to the 2 students who had no notebooks, they themselves, the students, stood up and said to those 2 students, guys, please leave because you don't have notebooks and we have them. So can you see they are disciplining each other now by themselves, because that culture has been built in their brains that you can never be an intellectual that is not disciplined. A class starts at 9:30. You don't come at 9:31 to my class. If it starts at 9:30, by 9:25 you are seated. That's why there are 10 minutes gaps between classes. You know, so once you do those things to them at a very young age, you are preparing this class of disciplined scholars who will understand that to build a node for African thought, you can't be ill-disciplined.
because we are dealing here with a generational machine. A decolonial consciousness is required, and it begins with myself and being disciplined as a student. So that's how you build that intellectual culture here among students to ultimately achieve the bigger things that you two brilliant colleagues have achieved. So that is the program that I'm committing to do for the moving onwards. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, thank you very much, Dr. Ntuli, Dr. Mzelani, thank you. Is there, let's remember the online colleagues, please. And I think that's where we'll take. I can't find new comments other than those acknowledging that they are back online and that they can now, or they could now hear the speakers. We are encroaching into lunch time already. Do the panelists want one response each?
Just
to the comments.
one short one.
Yes, please.
I'm thoroughly impressed by my colleague there who always brings things back to what is going to happen in the classroom. However, I just want to caution that the preoccupation with disciplinarity may be a colonial trap. I know we are configured in discipline, but maybe let's open up and use the notion of ecology of knowledges. Because nowadays, increasingly, you see that problems are not tackled by a single discipline. You have a problem here, then you say, oh, let me look for a sociologist. Or let me, I think this is why Gajenjov says that is this education relevant? Because of disciplinarity, it's a problem. You pre-package knowledge in hierarchy. So we must really interrogate it. That's part of decolonial consciousness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Moyo. If the colleagues agree, we could actually start the conversation after lunch in the breakaway sessions. There's a question here that says, what are the implications and applications of coloniality of knowledge to scholarship and curriculum? I'm suggesting that we could take Prof's last point. How do we respond to that in terms of the ways disciplines are currently configured? And we remember, of course, the work of Lewis Gordon, disciplinary decadence, and how will it take us forward? Okay, it's time for lunch, colleagues. I meant to brighten you up a bit by saying that. It's time for lunch. We'll be back at 13:30. That's a good 50 minutes from now. I think it's sufficient time. We'll have two breakaway sessions, one in this room and online. And the next room, where's Lungelo? Is she there? Yes. I think the next room will be our second room, not the lounge as we used yesterday. The very next room here is going to be our second room. Let's try to split in equal halves as much as possible so that no room is significantly less populated. Thank you very much. We'll be back at 12, I beg your pardon, at 1:30. And that's also to the colleagues online. We will be back at 13:30 in this room. Colleagues online, you will be in this room for the breakaway sessions. Thank you.
No, this is the problem.
That's what we
Yeah, I opened. Saying is spotlight la khona khona mina khona. So that usuke lapha inovela lapha on screen. Sharp, sharp, sharp. That's good.
yatsho yangena inyuvesi yakwazulu ebolongoliswa mkose uye wayiphaka wayibhekisa amabombo kweyasemelika iye yafika kwazwakala amaqeda aqala amamelekane athazaa ayibona into enjena iye yatetanyovana yabuya kwekazulu yaphinde isezikukwayo emcimbini we-tv ICC lapho iphindi kamagameli lababaza ubuhle obuciko lomaphimbo ayo kuye kwananela namajalimane athazanga ayibona into enjena ngithi halala yumzulu uyibekile induku ebandla izizwe zonke zibuzule lobumnandi lobuciko bamaphimbo eyumzulu faya ngithi halala yumzulu faya uyibekile induku ebandla.
Yeah.
indoda yatsho yangena inyuvesi yakwazulu ebola ukubonisa umkhosi uye wayiphaka wayibhekisa amabombo kwelesemelika iye yafika kwazwakala amathenda aqala amamelikane athaza ayibona into enjena iye yahlehlanyovana yabuya kwekazulu yaphinde isezikubayo emcimbini we-tv ICC lapho iphindi likamangameli lababaza ubuhle bobuciko lobaphimbo ayo kuye kwananela namajalimane athazaka ayibona into enjena ngithi halala yumzulu uyibekile induku ebandla izizwe zonke zibuzile lobu bumnandi lobuciko bamaphimbo eyumzulu faya ngithi halala yumzulu faya uyibekile induku ebandla.
English, Nelson Ratau. I wasn't calling you. I'm just citing you. Yeah. In regard to Mr. Ratau, I can say you are not a junior scholar because you are not as tall as the others. So your height has nothing to do with it. So please, would like to have comments from everyone. Especially, I'll start by being biased towards those who have not made previous comments. So even if they raise their hands second, I would like to recognize them as first and be more lenient in terms of time with them. And yes, we also have to, I think we should choose a different rapporteur for the group. It shouldn't be me. Someone to report on behalf, to summarize our conversations. Any volunteers? Any volunteers, please? Okay, thank you very much.
Sociology.
Sociology, yes. Yes. Sorry, sir, just remind me your name again. I know you told me just now. Arti. What's the surname? Just because it's a big group. Piwani. Dr. Piwani, thank you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We need more people in that room. So Arti Piwani will be our rapporteur in this room. You'll consolidate our comments and reports. We are required to export some talents to the next room, please. Can 3 or 4 of us volunteer to move to that room? Please create a little balance. Thanks, leadership. Thanks, leadership. That is good leadership. Yes. That's good. And some need. So the floor is open for comments, for questions. We need more. Yeah, we need more. Yes, thanks. Leadership. That's good. That's good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The dynamics are, the smaller the room, the more time you have to comment and comment and comment again. If the room is full, then chances are a bit limited. Okay, thanks, Mazozo. Yes, the floor is now open. You will see that I've tried to see if we could limit the time for comments. But I also know I've been overcome by the realization that shortening comments from colleagues might not be very helpful for the purpose of such a meeting. So there's a tension there. I will try to stand up if I get the sense that the point is made. I will try to indicate. So I don't think the timing would work strictly because it hasn't worked. It didn't work in the previous session. But I will listen very carefully. I beg you to trust me that by the time I stand up, it's often that the commenter has started repeating themselves after making the point, or the commenter is making too many points at the same time. If we agree to work on that principle. So usually it's fine if we make 1 or 2 points. 3 might be, unless you really feel it's crucial, would I suggest that you go on to make 3 points at the same time. There might be another round to make a 3rd point, or tomorrow might be a chance to make a 3rd point. So I suggest we keep our comments to 2 or 3 points, and we are willing to yield the floor after the points have been made, for the sake that we need to hear others also speak. Okay, and those online as well, we have, according to the machine, we have 32 colleagues online who sometimes, like me, might be multitasking. Okay, So what are the implications of the discussions we've had? If the leadership will permit me, Prof. Siepe, Prof. Shokane, if you permit me, I don't always do this, but I do think sometimes it might be, so it's a suggestion. If we could streamline our responses in a certain way, if we take it that from yesterday, we were responding openly, and some of the responses did not necessarily respond to what was presented. I think by now we can begin to maybe streamline the responses and the comments and the questions more closely to what has been presented and to what can be actionable points, possible action points. It's the suggestion that I have. So that at the end of the day, we can have some coherence. We wouldn't have not just a multiplicity of comments, but comments that have some semblance, it's difficult, but have some semblance of coherence that can inspire action steps, is the thought that I have. So what I'm saying, if I have a point that may not necessarily flow from the previous comments or do not carry us in a certain direction, I might withhold it for another opportunity. Doesn't mean that point is useless, but it means I'm thinking it might be better articulated in another opportunity. If you get my point, it's just an appeal. So the floor is open. So-called junior colleagues, please, I would like to prefer your initial comments. So-called, I don't believe in that idea. Thank you, Dean. That's official, we don't have junior colleagues. Yes, questions, comments, contributions, objections. I hope we're not being too polite to object. Academic, and correct me please, Prof. Siepe, Dean, Prof. Nicolaides, correct me if I'm wrong, Prof. Brown, Dr. Mafu. Academic argumentation, Dr. Naidu, academic argumentation allows objection. It allows rebuttal. Well, that point made by Professor Akpome, I don't think it's valid based on A, B, C. It ignores the literature. It is counter. It's contradictory. I don't think it stands. I would welcome that kind of comment if you are referring to me anyway. And I think maybe we should. We are, after all, the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. So who goes first? Josie, my friend, please. I know you have things in your mind. I know. It's too clever, this one. Yeah. Yes. Yes, let's start with Dr. Maposa. He has experience in industry. He just told me now over lunch. How does, I can ask you a question if you don't mind. How has what we have been discussing, how does it speak to your experiences in industry, in the NGO industry? And how do you think your knowledge could be useful for us without that experience in academia, in what we do? Please come and use the mic.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I think the knowledge is very important. It's a product that is being developed and is being developed to address issues of coloniality. But my major problem is twofold. Is one, the process of ensuring that the product is carried out properly within the classroom setup, within the community setup, within the environment, but also the people what kind of people do we bring together to ensure that the product then reaches its intended goals? In terms of answering your question, I think this is quite important for the work that I've been doing for years in the communities with community NGOs. Because some of the programs and the work that we have been doing is not originally from the communities where they are intended to be. You get a grant from country X that comes with everything already planned, and you have to just implement in a particular community. And that is making the communities just to be the recipients of a program that has already been designed elsewhere without considering the context of the people. So the same thing applies to knowledge and to academia. Say, is the product manufactured somewhere else? If the product is manufactured here, what about the processes or the methods, the procedures of ensuring that the product then gets to be implementable? And then the people, how equipped are the people to ensure that whatever has been packaged enables them to do what is supposed to be done? Beginning from ourselves, getting to the students, getting to the communities, how prepared are the people that we need to be working with in terms of ensuring that this product happens in the size of the people. But it's a good discussion. And being a good discussion, it needs some of those pillars that I need a sharpening and I need an understanding on. Do you have a guideline, so to speak, that will ensure that A and B are implementing the same thing? The guideline is not prescribed to say everybody must follow it, but something that says, if I'm stuck, I can refer in terms of processes. If I'm stuck, and then I can bring in my creativity within that particular guideline that is given. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maposa. Any follow-up on that? That definitely ties into what Hutinji was saying, extroverted, outward-oriented research. It's a big issue because with NGOs, we also have it with academic projects. Funding from Norway, from Switzerland, from the US, prescribed. I was at a conference recently, and these are economists, professors saying that they get funding for a project on economics in an African country. The methods are actually prescribed. And even when the methods are not prescribed, in making your proposal, certain methods will not be considered. So again, serving the agendas of that were preset. But how do we do that? How do we respond to that? How do we deal with that? Any comments? My one suggestion is, why don't we fund? Because coloniality, as I've been discussing with colleagues over lunch, one of the main things which I think we really need to focus on, as I said earlier, is power. Economic power allows people to impose their will, just like military power. So if you don't do it the way I want, I don't fund you. So can we find means, even in the midst of our limited resources, to fund our projects more? I see a lot of us being invited to go to Europe to join European projects. I'm not aware of a research project funded predominantly by an African country where we invite people from Europe to join us to carry out. So it's going to be difficult to tell the payer that I want to sing a different tune, but that one is the one paying. Any more comments, any reactions? Let me look online. Nothing yet. I'm going to ask people to speak. I'm going to ask the dean to speak. Why am I asking the dean to speak? I'm not picking on her, but you mentioned working with communities. The dean's research expertise covers that area significantly. Dean, you don't have to respond to my question. It could be to his point directly.
Elaborate some more on the point about
the type of people, yes.
leader.
Yes. Okay, that means he will come back. Yes, just please come back, Dr. Maposa. He actually mentioned three things. He spoke about processes, people, and the product. Yes. So maybe elaborate. You want to? Yes, you can, by all means. Faculty of Sociology.
Okay. I might not be as experienced as Dr. Maposa in terms of projects and funding, but with the little experience that I've gained with working with NGOs, external funded projects, and in fact, community engagement. First thing that I would like us to look at, let's go back to history, how academia was used. Apartheid was not just an economic system or political system, that was a psychologically developed system. Academics sit down, design the system and how it's going to maintain itself in the next post-apartheid. How will it live on with our people for the longest of times? How will they not be able to emanate themselves from that? And then if you look at how the governments fund, or for example, Canada is one of the biggest governments that funds projects in Africa. For example, most studies look at your ethnographic, they require ethnographic methodology or ethnographic studies on how you do their projects. How so? They want, in fact, they tell you what is the themes that they want you to look at. And these themes, for me, I feel like if you give me the methodology, obviously, you know the results that we're expecting. They just fund us to validate what they already assumed. And the way they do it, they don't bring their researchers, no. They give it to us as African people. They give it to us as South Africans to say, do this research. And when they validate, they say, this research was done in Africa by Africans. So when it comes now to funding, the methodology determines how it's done. Moving to the people now, if they are interested in understanding or having this particular narrative or notion about a particular society, one of the researchers that I was involved in was about COVID-19 and how women have survived that. Their field workers were usual. In fact, it was stipulated that it must be young Black South African women. And we took them for a conference to instill the methodology, the themes, and what literature is already saying. By that, we were instilling what the funder wants. So the results are there. And when they fund these NGOs and stuff, they make sure that it's through what they already have assumed. And decoloniality, to be honest, when it comes to externally funded projects, still remains a mystery. Very few funders or funding companies are willing to accept an ideology or philosophy that is different from theirs. So that's the little, but Dr. Maposa might add on. Thank you.
Dr. Maposa. You can elaborate further on the people side. Yes.
Okay, for me, thanks, Prof. For me, the people, I think there are four groups of people that are essential to make a major change. There are people that are located in the media. The media is very, very critical to, and how do academia work with media? Do academia work with the media to do social commentary only? or is academia able to work with media to influence the content of what gets to be produced and written? Because media is feared and is very powerful, and sometimes uses propaganda and unguided evidence. There's no evidence in the material that is there. The second group of people that are important for me are politicians. You talked about power, political power, and the role of politics in the whole spectrum and system in which we are working in. Is when funding is required, when universities are built, when certain things are done, politics plays a role and shapes certain ways of teaching, certain ways of living, and so forth, and so forth. And I always say we're all politicians in one form or another. They are academic politicians, they are economic politicians, they are social politicians, but they are also party politicians. Those are the most troublesome ones, so to speak. And then the third one is civil society. The third group of people is civil society. Civil society works closer to people. That's the place I worked for a long time. You work close to people, you work close to communities, and the people that you are working with love the work, but they don't have the skill. They have the passion to do, whether it's economic development, whether it's looking after children who are sick, or it's violence against children. They love it, but they don't have the skills. They're not trained to do that. And how then does academia come in to ensure that the training happens, and the training happens in the most simplest way of training, even in the language that the people understand, so that they can do what they are passionate about. And then the last group is the academia itself. So there are four groups of people. In the academia, do you have people that, concentrate on the teaching and learning and leave the other leg of the community engagement shorter, such that the triple-legged pot has got one foot which is shorter? And how does that part then contribute to the other two? Is it really relevant? Is it really measurable? And if it's not measurable, how do you then encourage people to do it? Just like the other two pillars of the bigger point. So I'm saying, what kind of person, when I'm saying the people, when I'm elaborating on the people, what kind of person do we need in the academia? What kind of person do we need in the media? What kind of person do we need in the political space? What kind of person do we need in the civil society space? So that these three giants are able then to work together to bring the decolonization agenda and bring it well and better.
I will clap to that. Thank you very much, Dr. Maposa. Would I be correct, Professor Epe, to say the comments you just made about these people can resonate with the charge laid to us by the Honorable Minister in 2022 when he talked about the ecology, the ecosystem of groups, because he's now talking about three different domains, three very powerful domains of society, people coming together to ensure that the project we are involved in proceeds. And he perhaps might be speaking in regard to the need for collaborations, deliberate, willful collaborations, where we select the kind of conscious and equipped people to collaborate with. So if I understand you well, I have a project, a decolonial project. I will not take it to somebody in the media or a media outfit. I'm also building on what your colleague from sociology also first said, who has a different vision. I will not go and seek funding from somebody who has a predetermined outcome, who just wants me to align with this predetermined outcome. There's a hand online, that's CLASPA. But before we go to CLASPA, I want, okay, the dean wants to come later. But I want now, because Dr. Maposa talked about the media, it's a territory that I'm very interested in as well. And Professor Naidu is here. maybe he can make a comment regarding how the media can play a role and how we might be able to work with the media to see that we get the kind of people and we get the kinds of collaborations that will facilitate our project. Professor Naidu?
Well, thank you. I think firstly, I'd like to say that it's often said that those that control the media controls the mind. And for a long time, Western media outlets were in control of the narrative. We believe what they tell us, and they use that very skillfully to their advantage. But with the dynamicness of technology and the way things have transformed this media space, we have what we call today many independent news or media outlets that is making a phenomenal impact in disseminating truth, unbiased information, which then now gives us a better perspective of what is really happening around the world. So in order for us to make ourselves heard, we shouldn't only be reliant on other news outlets. We should be also ones that will be able to create our own media outlets. We're fortunate in our country that we do not have censorship in terms of the media. The journalists are still pretty much able to express themselves without being controlled by any governmental agencies, which is a good thing. Unlike in some countries, you cannot have your way. But for us, in the context of what we are talking about, like I said yesterday, artificial intelligence is not something that we should run away from, but we should go in there and own the space. We should be able to ensure that the algorithms that are created, we should have a part of it so that when people search, they will be able to find our information. And in like manner, if we're taking the media outlets, we should also be able to disseminate our information and not be totally reliant on Western publishers and Western media outlets. Hence, I said yesterday that we should also have a true African journal that when they say they are publishing articles on African languages, they don't do it in English. They do it in the language that the article is being written. And the more we start to push in those directions and start not just talking about it, but doing something very practical and get things done, we will soon see the tide turn.
Thank you very much, Prof. Naidu. If you will let me problematize one or two things you said. I want to remind us, he did say yesterday, and I think that's something we needed to applaud, that he was able to secure, or the faculty leadership has been able to secure a special issue from Alternation for the publication of articles in isiZulu. I actually think that is fantastic. Perhaps we can consider, just as another practical, pragmatic step, if we could get a special issue from our own in-house journal for that kind of purpose as well. Maybe a follow-up next year. If that's possible, we could consider that. But I wanted to problematize what you said about censorship. I don't think I agree. I think, especially if you follow geopolitical news, take Ukraine, take Gaza. Then if you come to South Africa, take the party politics in South Africa, for instance. Is censorship not happening in different ways? In other ways? Because especially when you find the dominant medias saying the same thing, more or less the same thing, about the government, about economics, that censorship is going on. Nobody is going to censor a media house today by passing a law in parliament. But if you're able to break the media houses' ability to transact business, then they are doing that. So I think maybe we can reconsider that. I'm not necessarily saying that what I'm saying is what is right and what you're saying is wrong. But then, again, I like the point you make about AI, and Prof. Stein reminded us yesterday. We in the humanities, we are invested in creating the narratives, right? What I learned from what Prof. Stein was saying, and now what Prof. Naidu is saying, your narratives will be useless if it does not get disseminated. Or because those who reject your narrative will not disseminate it for you. So we need to involve in that space of doing code writing, as Prof. Stein suggested yesterday. We need to find a way to work with the people in IT, in the sciences, even if it means creating, we are so focused on the press and the journals, but that is one, I was telling Prof. Siepe, that's one side of struggle that we are neglecting. We should be able to do code, maybe do podcasts, maybe do other forms of knowledge dissemination so that we can advance our narratives. CLASPA. Okay, there's a comment online. Let me read it before we take CLASPA. Good point, Dr. Maposa. Also, my main concern here is that as an institution, how are we going to achieve these brilliant goals if we operate in isolation from our surroundings or society? We all know that universities are not isolated institutions from their communities and thus should not operate as silos within their surroundings. The key premise is that the community's knowledge and reality are produced by its members. With this in mind, all products should emerge from the realities of communities that are constantly recreated by their members. Fantastic point. That's from Zinkley in Tembo. Thank you. Yes. Someone raised their hand. Didn't someone? Someone was going to respond to something. Okay, CLASPA online. CLASPA, please go for it.
Good afternoon, Chair and colleagues. Thank you so much. I would like to request to make a contribution on the media and the context under which it may play a critical role on teaching and learning. And also tied that up with the question of the presentation made by Dr. Maposa on how the 4 people categories can work together in achieving the identified objectives. My observation with regard to the role of media and the context under which it can play a critical role on teaching and learning in this regard is that there's a creativity among the students that are enrolling in the universities. And that creativity incorporates a skill of how to use the devices, the current devices. But that has also element of what may be learned as mathematics in it, creative art in it, and other forms of dissemination of that creation. And in this regard, we can look at the popular culture, particularly among the youth. I think if perhaps in the context of our university, to enhance and perhaps manipulate that platform is to open a space for such talents to take place in the university and learn from how then that is done. Dancing is one of the examples. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Monila. Any follow-up on that? Another question, another comment? Yes. Yes, please. Shows it, yes, you jumped. Yeah, so you can come and make it here, please, so that those online can benefit. Sorry. To make you keep fit. And mind you, if you pose a question to Shozi, his HOD is here. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got backup.
Yeah, three of them.
Be aware.
It's okay. Okay. My question now is basically going to Shozi. I think you spoke about Aristotle, right? Yes, and about how he has been accused of stealing or plagiarizing information and making it his own after a library went down that contained such information. I would like Shozi to explain further because I feel like he did not give us the full idea on where do those accusations come from? What are the main basic aspects of that particular accusation or argument? What are scholars arguing about that? The reason I'm asking about that is simply because when we speak about decoloniality, how do we decolonize knowledge? That is where we should begin. We shouldn't, it was an accusation, we would brush it off. I think that's where we should begin and start engaging in. Maybe there are things that we're saying they are coming from Aristotle and they are Western, but only to find out through these accusations, they were originally from Africa. So I want Shozi to come and maybe elaborate more on those philosophical accusations that are brought about toward this great scholar of ours, Aristotle.
Getting a legal brief before. Can I complicate your life a bit? Yo, just come forward. I was going to complicate your life a bit.
Thank you, colleague, for the question. All right. You want the context?
Yes.
I do not specialize in that context myself. I should declare that. But these accusations, they do not only concern Aristotle. They concern a lot of Western literature that was developed right after the invasion of Egypt by Alexander, to which even his name became Alexandria, and everything was called Alexandria, even the library. That when Aristotle, who was, by the way, the advisor, okay, let me start here. So, in modern philosophy, right, there are these philosophers who are important. First is Socrates. We get to know Socrates' thoughts and words through Plato. Right? So the earlier works of Plato, he credits them to Socrates. And now when he talks about those works, by the way, are the ones that got Socrates to be prosecuted for, accused of corrupting the youth, because he inspired curiosity, right? He said, well, you believe in this thing called God. Where is it? Why is it? When is it? Right? Ask those kind of questions. So he ended up having the following of people who were following him on that and taking that seriously, questioning. And at the time, this was highly religious, right? And those people started to question their religion, their politics, and everything, right? And those who were more vocal on that were the youth, and the charge of that is corrupting the youth against the state. So they was prosecuted for that. And then those thoughts are recorded by Plato. And Plato had his own following, right? When the environment became a bit calmer, accepting of these ideas, this was when Greece itself was starting to move away from religion. So religion didn't define everything, right? So he had his own followers, and one of his students was Aristotle. So Plato, in his own philosophy, the ones that he does not credit to Socrates, concerned politics, political strategy. Right? So through that work, basing on that work, but it didn't mentor any political figure using those thoughts. He was just making philosophical arguments. He even made the articulation that if you do not participate in politics, you are bound to be governed by fools. Right? So he was just making those political arguments. And Aristotle, being the student of Plato, took those ways into action. He was employed by Alexander's father to mentor Alexander to become the great. To become the great. He mentored Alexander through the work, the teachings of Plato as a political strategy. So he mentored Alexander. Through that, Alexander became the great. You can even make the argument that he corrupted Alexander to invade other nations. Right? Yes. So in the midst of that, when he was developing his own philosophy, it was ethics, which became known as virtue ethics. Right? The idea that you have to you have to perfect your moral character. That's how you become a good person. Personal perfection. Right? The goal of morality, personal perfection. Right? So, so that is the kind of ethics that he jotted down. When Alexander was successful in invading Egypt, he accompanied him as his mentor, right? Accompanying Alexander to Egypt as an academic, the first thing, the most important thing to Aristotle when he got to Egypt was the library there. There was this big library, was the library. So he renaming the library Alexander, right? Library of Alexander. He was the person who was responsible for the access to the library, right? And using the library, he came up with a totally different work in a very short space of time. I'm not sure about the period. In a very short space of time, came up with a totally different kind of philosophy. It became metaphysics. And that metaphysics was seriously inspired by physics, natural sciences, right? So reasoning through measurements, which is physics, he said, well, we can reason through arguments, metaphysics. So it created a different kind of philosophy, which inspired many ways of analyzing and interrogating with the world, which is one of them is philosophy of mind, philosophy of language, those kinds. So totally different kind of philosophy, right? In a very short space of time. When he exited Egypt, going back to Greece, he demanded that the library, commanded that the library be burnt down. So the only information that was there is only Aristotle who could say this was in the library. So now, after that, he published this work of metaphysics. Right? Now, this guy, George James, right? Research that said, well, looking at the time period this happened, right? It is not humanly possible in a very short space of time that you produce a work of ethics, right? And 2 years down the line, you produce this revolutionary work, which is metaphysics, which inspires a whole different kind of philosophy. The whole analytic method, by the way, comes from that, metaphysics, the work of Aristotle. That's why it's difficult when you talk about methodology, to leave out Aristotle. Right? So that is what George James makes his arguments based on. Right? So that is the kind of content that I have access to. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Prof, you want to make a comment?
I'd like to read a comment.
Yeah. No, I think it's helpful for us. It's very helpful for us.
Just relating precisely to what was said.
Yeah, but I let me complicate it a bit before you step forward, Prof. There's the issue of ascription here, work done by the less powerful, because we received Aristotle in the context of coloniality, when European powers had assumed dominance. So there's always that question of the powerful taking the works of the less powerful being ascribed to the more powerful, because the less powerful does not have the space. Alexandria was already burnt. The library was already burnt. The Egyptians were already vanquished. So even if at that time they could protest, they had no mouth to protest. And that continues to happen in relations of power till today. We are aware of people saying their works were plagiarized, we are taking big, powerful organizations, even today, can do the same. We know this please call me issue that dragged for so long. If that guy had passed away, or if there were no means, there are other means where people's works have been taken. I'm not assuming, Prof. Nicolaides, that is necessarily the case. But I'm saying what is being problematized here is that power dynamic and the issue of ascription. Canonical Western epistemology has claimed, mainly through innuendo, that much of the material developments in Africa pre the colonial period came from elsewhere. There's been the tendency to link. So if you go to Egypt, for instance, one strong argument people make, if you go to Egypt to look at those pyramids and those sphinxes that were built about 3,000 years ago, the sphinxes have lots of them without the nose. And the few you can find, even in Sudan, the nose is not European. It's more, the feature of the nose and the lips are more African. And even from the mummies, yes. So there's that strong argument that the glorious Egyptian, pre-colonial Egyptian civilization was a Negro, pardon my use of the word, was a Black African civilization. So it is tied to what you are saying. And Martin Bernal has a book, some will call it controversial, some will call it popular, Black Athena, that makes a similar argument as you are making, that of what you represented, that there's a lot, because canonical European epistemology likes to trace its roots to Greece, to the ancient Greeks. And when you make this challenge, you are by implication challenging the very foundation upon which European colonial civilization established, lays its claim to civilizational superiority. So you do not expect canonical European scholars to lie down when you say that. I'm not by any means saying that's what Prof. Nicolaides is going to do. What I expect Prof. Nicolaides to do, to be honest, is not to come and defend colonial claims, is to present his point of view as a scholar in philosophy. And I think that can now help us to reach what conclusions we want, preliminary conclusions, because I don't think any of us might want to go into detailed philosophy. But it's crucial, as you said, tied to Prof. Seppe's presentation this morning, colonial. And if let me just add this one. I remember when I read this writer, Zexim Daswo, The Sculptors of Mapungubwe, which is a fictional rendition of the Mapungubwe civilization. And there is very recent history that when the artifacts were discovered, it was during the colonial era. And those artifacts were kept secret for a long time. The apartheid authorities did not, because the argument was made, they could not ascribe it to a civilization that is not African. And when it finally came out, spears and all that, metal work, advanced metal work that happened a long time ago. So there is that part of the decolonization argument is that a lot of what has been ascribed outside Africa can be traced to Africa, to explode the idea, Hegel's idea that Africa brought nothing into the world. Yes, yes. So, Prof. Nicolaides, would like to get you.
Thank you, colleagues. First and foremost, I need to say that everything's Greek to me.
Everything's Greek.
Colleagues, what I'm going to read you is not my ideas. It's a conglomeration of academic writers on this theme. They say there is some debate among scholars about the extent to which Greek thinkers may have been influenced by other civilizations in the development of philosophy. Some argue that there is evidence of significant cross-cultural exchange between the Greeks and other civilizations, particularly the Egyptians and the Persians. Others contend that the Greek thinkers were largely independent in their development of philosophical notions. It's important to note that the concept of stealing intellectual property as we understand it today did not exist in antiquity, and ideas were often freely shared and adapted across cultures. Ultimately, the question of whether or not Greek thinkers stole philosophical ideas from other civilizations is a complex and nuanced one that does not have a simple answer. Many historical documents demonstrate that Egyptians had the basic knowledge about geometry, although most of it was created for practical purposes. Every Greek early philosopher up to Aristotle praised the Egyptian geometry, astrology, and other wisdom that they practiced in all their works. Pythagoras, Thales, and many others studied geometry in Egypt. That much is also true. Even the Pythagorean equation for straight corner triangles must have been known by the ancient Egyptians and Babylonians and was adapted by the Greeks. But even if some of the theorems in Euclid's book were known by Egyptians and others, it was only a small part of the Greek mathematics, the elementary part. Greeks considered geometry as holy art that investigate the true being, and many of the theorems of the late antique geometricians, like those of Diophantus, Apollonians of Perga, Pappus of Alexandria, and even Archimedes, showed the superiority of Greek geometry related to other systems. The Greeks were the first ones that created the proof ad absurdum, the proof that has been the most powerful tool used today in mathematics. And so the argument is that it's in actual fact a futile argument between Eurocentricist Greeks and Afrocentricist Egyptians in the contemporary world. If ancient Egypt was Newton, then ancient Greece was Einstein. Newton was by no means lesser than Einstein, but the Einstein was the follower and the critical voice of Newton. So what they're saying is clearly there was an amalgamation of ideas, and they do not say that the Greeks only did X, Y, and Z. There is an acknowledgement that they, not plagiarism, but the world those days used to work together and people used to think about things in very similar ways. So from that point of view, there, of course, is a lot of Africanology, Egyptology in ancient Greek thinking and some Greek thinking in Africa. So that's the argument that's raised by them. And related, may I say a few more things, colleagues? Thank you very much. I think what we need to do is to define and probably redefine what we mean by Africanness. And this is especially necessary if we're going to disrupt the European and Western dominance through the curricula that we're teaching our students. And this, of course, is an evolving process. It's a process where there needs to be continuous reflection. We need to have a consideration of everybody, be willing to opt to learn and to unlearn new ways of educating the future generations that come to our institutions. And there are a number of challenges in that regard relating to inequality, inefficiency, skills and human resource management issues, admission issues, management issues, and so forth. But the bottom line is that local knowledge must be made available to tackle the different strategies and challenges that we have. And we should not be conduits of Western influence because we're not in Europe, we are Africa. And we must develop, first and foremost, a strong African consciousness that has to be promoted at all levels in our education. And related to that, we need to have inter-epistemic dialogue in the university curricula and cultivate, first and foremost, respect for humanity and optimize the expression of what it means to be African in the learners as human beings. In other words, we need to take this Ubuntu that for many is merely philosophy and put it into action in the whole of Africa, in the whole world. Thank you very much.
I think we should clap for that. Thank you very much.
I think that's a very balanced and I would say sincere intervention. But I just like to make this comment. No, I didn't say correct. Yes, I do not mean correct. Well, I should say it offers another view.
You should say it's correct. I mean, you know, I don't know what balance. Balance is almost like saying it's more accommodative as opposed to saying it's a correct thing.
Yes.
Was it correct, Prof?
Yeah, it sounds correct.
So you don't want to refund, Prof?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you need sometimes appropriate words.
Mm. You may use the mic, Prof. Just use the mic. Yes.
Yeah.
But I was also going to complicate it a bit before you come in. Which do you prefer? Let me come in before you come in.
You can complicate it and then
then you will come
I'll
in.
simplify it.
Yes, yes. No, I don't want to conclude it. I'm coming from the point of view of narrative, which I take as the most important part of my research interest. So while I say this is balanced, and I do not believe it's a correct perspective, I just think it offers another part and allows the people who are listening to reason from different perspectives. That's the way I see it. As a narratologist, I'm bothered by that account. It contains two phrases, which is you find ubiquitous in European narratives. It contains this phrase, blah, 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 proved the superiority of Greek geometry. Superiority. Hierarchization. Yeah, it's not you. Yeah, okay, yeah. But you see, no, but he says, he quotes Greek authorities who prove the superiority. That's one problem for me. The other, I said the Greeks were the first ones. I have a problem with Euro-modernist claims of superiority and priority. We were the first. It's like this whole thing about Newton's law. Newton didn't invent gravity. Because the way we talk about Newton's law now, it's as if he invented gravity. So I was seeing this BBC documentary. This lady came from the UK to Somalia. Somalia, of course, has been ravaged by civil war. And then she comes from the UK and builds a hospital. And the BBC guy, it's one of the few days I watched BBC by mistake. I don't know who put the channel on BBC. And the BBC guy, Nigerian guy, but British Nigerian, saying, oh, how wonderful that you built this hospital here. And now you are helping save these children. So I was like, I wanted to go into the TV to ask him otherwise. Weren't people in Africa? Did we have UK hospitals in Africa when the slave trade started? If people didn't exist, if we didn't need these hospitals for people to exist, where did the Europeans get human beings to take to America? If they came and everybody in Africa was weak and underfed and dying, why did they take them to work in plantations? How could those people survive the voyage? So this idea of superiority is the problem. I agree with the part of that narrative that says exchange. There has always, my understanding is there has always been exchange of ideas. But the appropriation and the patenting, because that's what we now do. Even a lot of the things we give to Bandura, I was listening to these so-called theories. these are things your great-grandmother knew. I mean, how can somebody be cited 30,000 times because they say a child's development is impacted by his environment? What is innovative there? I mean, please tell me, what is innovative? And then we really take this seriously. We go to ethics committees and we say, why didn't you cite Bandura? Bandura didn't say nothing. My great-grandmother knew that. That's why she encouraged me not to hang around with bad boys. Absolutely. So that's the way I see it. Even the idea of fractals. I was at a conference in Lagos 2 years ago, and there was this brilliant presentation. I'm still going to get that presentation, Prof, and show it to you, where the guy argued that Ifa divination, Ifa is a one Yoruba way of life. It has very many scientific actions. He is able to show that this, I think it was number basis or whatever, they can be found in that civilization. What about the Aztec civilization, the Mayan civilization, the Great Zimbabwe civilization? The problem we as the colonialists have is the tendency cemented by people like Kant and Hegel to ascribe even thought. It is as if thought was invented in Europe and exported to us, and we should be grateful that we are now able to think. You know, so that's, for me, that's the problem. I don't think we have the means to determine empirically the veracity of some of these claims. I think those means are lost, but I think it's also irrelevant, largely. But we need to let the world know, we need to let Africans, especially African students, know that you are not who Hegel says you are. And that's where these debates can be useful. So I'm not pursuing this to say, no, Prof. Nicolaides is 100% correct or shows is 100% correct. That's where I'm coming from, Prof. To say, well, at least that gives us another view. If you are interested, read Black Athena by Martin Bernal, B-E-R-N-A-L, Black Athena. He makes these arguments. Prof. Siepe, you may conclude this conversation. This part of the
debate. It's just when there are disagreements, there's a tendency to try to find an accommodation. It's more an attempt to create peace.
Yes.
And I think we should shy away from that. We should have a sufficient confidence, even as we have these debates, that we enter them with the intention of learning and also pursuing what is true. If it is possible that there are some perspectives and some knowledges that come from elsewhere, that should not prevent us from appropriating and accepting that. You are not any less important or a thinker or less human by simply saying Plato came up with this and you accept, or Shaka came up with that, you know. But when there are issues of debate, the notion of balance is about settling a quarrel. It is no longer about the issue of truth. And I see that a lot in when in political analysis, and they say, but the Professor is partisan, and that was said so many times, and I agreed that I'm partisan. And I'm partisan because truth is partisan. Truth is never in the middle. It takes a side. So we need to, but what you have is that these words are used to disempower you from telling the truth, from seeing things as they are. So my reaction to balance is that I don't want us to get to a stage where we live here together singing, even when we should be swinging, you know. There shouldn't be any problem. We must embrace quarrel. Yeah, but the quarrel is about the pursuance of truth, you know. And I think there's also only people who are confident in themselves can appropriate other people's knowledge to serve their interest. So I don't have a problem if AI was developed by somebody else. If it works for me, I take it. So for me, we should be looking for solutions for African problems. So that's why I want to modify this notion of saying African solutions for African problems. No. Look for solutions that work for African people and that will lead to African development. And only people who are confident, and if you look at all other civilizations, what they've had is to appropriate that which works for them. So, Mr. Ratawu, I simply want us to find a way in which we problematize the notion of balance. I do not have a problem in the fact that you might be right, I might be wrong. I mean, only persuade. What interests me is the truth. The fact that you've come up with the truth should not make me feel like I've lost something. This is not a contestation of I'm number one. What we want is to address our challenges and to create more people to provide more solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so very kindly, Prof. But I see there's a hand up, Mofokeng. Let me see comments. Okay, yeah, that's CLASPA. Is this CLASPA? No, that was CLASPA 236. Yes, so this, I think, is a recent ask. But first, Mofokeng, Anthropology and Development Studies, and after you, CLASPA. Yes, we are now in the Faculty of Anthropology and Development Studies.
Thank you, Prof. Yeah, mine is a question that, goes slightly back to one of the discussions earlier in the morning, but incorporates this one as well. I am thinking about the place of, or rather the nature of the university, and where, as the University of Zululand, we want to see ourselves, in the sense of there have been debates around whether the university is a place, whether it's a place for ideology or a place for discourse, in the sense of, do you want to indoctrinate or do you want to expose, so to speak? So I say this in the view of saying, what if I'm comfortable with modernity? And I'm a faculty member. I'm comfortable with modernity. I want to teach modernity in my class, and I'm in the University of Zululand, which is a node for African thought. How do we reconcile that, and what level of space is there for me to live with this modernity, to practice this and teach this modernity as well? And where does that leave the notion then of academic freedom or dissenting voices from within the university? And I'm saying this also in the context of, the very interesting discussions coming up about Aristotle. Prof. Moyo in the morning spoke about pluriversality and all of that, in terms of how do we think about that at the University of Zululand? How do we conceptualize this? Is what I'm trying to get at, and what space is there to accommodate dissenting views in light of academic freedom, and in light of, there are some students who may not be interested in the decolonization discourse. How do we handle that, is what I'm trying to get at. Thank you.
Excellent question. Thank you. CLASPA?
Thank you so much, Chair. My question I've requested to ask is related to Professor Nicolaides' presentation, or rather commenting on that question about the genealogy and genesis of philosophy. The paper he read, and the academics or scholars or perhaps community of philosophers that have contributed to that debate. I have a question, says that and perhaps is not a philosophical question, but just a question to say, do they believe in ability and eligibility of communication with the ancestors? And if they do, could we kindly invite them to undertake a journey to do that consultation with regard to whatever happened?
Okay.
And if they don't, can we kindly request a kind of an excuse so that we undertake that journey to contribute into that debate? Thank you so much.
Okay.
Maybe just say, yeah, lastly,
okay,
just
can I ask you?
No, just
can I ask you? Yeah.
To position my questions are coming from having a problem with the referrals in the presentation, the question of other civilization. I read it differently, and I request a responsibility on that.
Okay, will you please allow me to ask you? I know you deliberately chose to be rhetorical, but I do not think the time and the format we have will accommodate closely. Can you maybe make your point? Answer the questions you've asked. Because you have an answer. I think it will be easier for us. Just answer the questions you asked.
Myself?
Yes.
I do not have an answer, Prof.
Oh, okay. But
Yeah.
Professor Brown believes that you answered it. Maybe enlighten us a bit, Professor Brown. Because the way I got it was that you were asking if Prof. Nicolaides believes in ancestors, can they help us find out about that thing? Prof. Shokane has an answer. Yeah, there's another question. Okay, just hold it in your right hand, Prof. I'll come back to you. Prof. Dean? Yes, of course.
Thank you, President Director. Today, actually, I didn't want it to speak, hence I was sort of avoiding you sitting at the back, sitting at the back, because actually I wanted to hear the views of the colleagues and where they are. But colleagues, let me pose this question back to you. What is a university? Why do we have a university? Why do we have professors? Why do we have different disciplines? Because what we're saying here with African thought, we're saying, let us give students the right education. And what is the right education? Because now we are being given this opportunity to actually, I don't want to say the freeze, what was that, Prof? Freeze?
Freeze.
Okay, maybe let me say in the way I understand it myself. It's a way to learn, relearn, and unlearn. And how are we going to do this? What does it mean for us as academics, Mr. Munyela? It means what we want, what I actually envision seeing in various departments from various colleagues. If something bugs you, it means there's a problem. Research it. Actually, I think that's the platform we're actually giving you. Research it, be an authority in that field. Prof. Siepe was saying, have that confidence, have an authority in your field. Actually, this is the opportunity that we actually giving to all. But we don't want, I just want to clarify and correct something. We don't want a situation where we give our students one school of thought. In a university, there are different perspectives. And what I believe cannot be what you believe. I'll give an example. Last year, Prof. Nicolaides, Prof. Siepe, Prof. Bewaji was here on the reflection of African thought last year, and we had a faculty-based symposium. And I remember I gave that responsibility to set up the program to my colleagues in the faculty and in the department. And although it might appear as maybe I give people too much freedom to do what they want, they've put, I'm just giving an example. In the program, they put, there was something about opening with a prayer. And the program was like that, and we did open with a prayer. And part of his visit, Prof. Bewaji had to go to Free State. And when he goes to Free State to see Prof. Masoha, he said to him, I don't understand your friend. He allowed the faculty to open with a prayer. So does African thought means we don't believe in prayer? Does African thought we not believe in our ancestors? Does African thought means we don't believe in God? You know? So, but then one thing what I want colleagues to understand, a university is a space for learning. Prof. Nicolaides is a professor of philosophy. He knows that there are other professors. You can go, there's some subject of philosophy. Philosophy is very wide. There are those who'll go to a class philosophy, you are of philosophy. It's one thing which made me quit philosophy in level 1, Prof. Nicolaides. I went to philosophy 1 and the first lecture was that God doesn't exist. I won't mention because I'm on record. So imagine if I had come back, I came from where I am with the background that I have. At the end, we're not saying change what you believe. What you believe, it's your right. And don't impose your beliefs on me. Give me a right to choose what I want to believe. And even with the students, what we're saying, don't hide information. Don't hide the knowledge. Let the knowledge be there. Have you noticed even I wish Prof. Figele Pitwani was here. Maybe she'll give an example of the artists. Prof. Baka is here, of artists who sign contract without understanding what is in the information, what is written in the contract. That's what we're actually saying. Our position is give information to the people and the right people. I mean, the right information. If there's a need to consult external stakeholders, you know, I wish Mr. Mufokeng, as part of your anthropology or maybe as part of research thinking going forward, you can also engage your work with hospital. Because I remember when I was a medical social worker in a hospital, when there's a patient, you'll have all the multidisciplinary team analyzing that one patient, that what could be the problem that is making the patient to be like this. So in a way, you can't do African thought and have one solution. It's not African thought. If you go deep down, even in the African history, for an example, if you read the history of Queen Mjaji, for an example, that's the Rain Queen. There were times when there's no rain in the community. The elders in the community knew what to do for the rain to rain. So what we're saying is the solutions to problem. What can we do to get the solutions to the problems that we're facing? I don't want, especially in our faculty, for you to have a narrow thought of thinking. It's not what we're saying, but be an authority in your field, research. The research director is here and the strategy is very clear. So maybe what we want to hear is how can we get support? If you're interested in decolonization, study it, be an authority in it. That's what we're saying. If you believe in philosophy, lead it. I can't emphasize that, colleagues, enough to you. Yeah, the solutions are within us. We have to bring, if there's a gap in your curriculum, we'll blame you. You can't blame the vice chancellor. That's what we're actually saying. What projects do we want to initiate? How can research assist us? If you feel your research needs the indigenous knowledge system, you want to involve people who knows about traditional healing, invite them. There's no person who will stop you from that. If you want to invite the pastor, invite them. Religion is not only about Christianity, it's all the religions. I think South Africa makes provision for that. But I think we have a gray line between our beliefs and what is actually our position and what we're supposed to do as the university. And let's not confuse that. I just wanted to clarify that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I do not pretend to be a clarifier. I'm more likely to be a complicator. A lot of it to Prof. Siepe. In the 2022 conference, after the minister had spoken, we thought the minister was coming to give, a minister's address, a government. He gave a deeply historical, deeply intellectual address. And Prof. Siepe just looked at me and said, Minister, you have both sophisticated and complicated the matter we came here for. I will never forget those words. But you see, Dean, I'm not sure Mofokeng's question is answered, although I know you've tried to answer his question. Can you be at UniZulu teaching people a very sensitive course like anthropology and development studies and reject decolonization? I think that's the question he's asking. Yes, you will come in, Prof. Yeah. What I know, so that you help me too, and Prof. Morgan Olovu raised this question repeatedly. Prof. Shepherd, you remember? When Gacheni was here, Morgan raised this question in front of the VC. It was, can we at UniZulu, after all this investment, after all this noise about decolonization on African thought, can we say our colleagues who are teaching our students and doing research can disregard decolonization on African thought? That question was posed before the Vice Chancellor, and she responded. I don't have a record of her response, but what I know is that while universities assume, and I use that word in its double meaning, assume as become or pretend to become spaces where every kind of idea can be articulated and promoted, they have often not been. I don't think there's any single university that allows every kind of project. Personally, I would think the project of modernity is incompatible with the project of decolonization. That's what I would think. So in American universities these days, they ask you, do you believe in critical race theory? If you say yes, they deny you employment, many American universities. This is supposed to be the citadel and the paragon of academic freedom. Even in Western society, in the Euro-modernist society, there really is nothing like academic freedom. There is freedom to say anything that aligns with the dominant interests. You can't go on CNN today. You cannot go on BBC today to query the Western war against Russia in Ukraine. You can't. You can't go on CNN to query American complicity in the genocide in Palestine. They will cancel you. So it goes back again to what I think Professor Siepe was saying, balance versus truth. Is it a TRC approach that we want, where we keep the different sides and we don't resolve it, or we are seeking truth? So, but Mofokeng, your question is a very tough one. I can only complicate it. I cannot clarify. I see you have an answer. You want to say something, Prof. I just want you to end this part of the conversation. Yes. Monsen, please help us tell them they can start coming. No, you will do it. You will be doing it while they are coming. Or do you want to do it after they come? Because you still have that place.
Okay.
Okay, so after him.
Okay, so let Prof go, then you can still come.
Start coming in now, then I have to start thinking of winding up. It started coming. No, please go for it. Please go for it. Okay, thank you, Program Director. I think, you know, one of the things that we should start thinking about as we reflect on this decolonization is really something that I'm going to cover as well later on when I'm wrapping up, which is what really is the purpose of education. We must reflect on the purpose of education, the purpose of decolonizing the curriculum, pedagogy, and all of that. The question asked earlier on about what kind of people, and I latched onto that question because the angle from which I was interpreting the question is not so much how he answered it, but I just left it. What kind of people do we need to execute the kind of education that we are planning? So the fundamental question that the gentleman on the network, on the web, for the internet asked, is a question of what really is our purpose for decolonizing? What really is our purpose of education? And we cannot proceed forward in a meaningful way until we clearly clarify the purpose of education that we are pursuing in this model of decolonization. So that is really fundamental to the whole thing. Now, the purpose of education has to be aligned with the problem that we are trying to solve in society, both your immediate and your wider societal context. Education is a tool. Education is a means of socialization, and the guys from sociology will tell us very clearly. We socialize our generation through education. This thing of saying globalization of education and all of that is trying to take away the tools that we are supposed to use to socialize our generation to fit within the culture and the context in which they operate. Globalization only came recently to take away or extract from the real meaning and purpose of education. Of course, with globalization, you have to work with it. So you also have to attend to the local and make the local global. And that is where that phrase comes in. Now, what are the problems that we face as Africans that education must solve and resolve? That if this gentleman asks a question, can address that, then he will begin to answer himself as to whether or not he can continue to be modernistic in a context of that sense and ignore decolonization. One of the problems that we have to solve or resolve as Africans is the problem of the survival of the race. You cannot survive in a context where you are, what is the expression we use? You're in epistemic injustice. Where there's epistemic injustice, how are you going to survive there from a knowledge point of view? Europe is not in a state of epistemic injustice. So the education that we design cannot be one that is addressing European concerns because they don't have the same problem that we have. Another problem that we face as Africans is the problem of our own security. There's food security and other securities. We have to design our education system to help us reverse that problem. Now, if we are saying our education, our knowledge system is pushed to the margin, then our education, the purpose of our education, whether it is university level or otherwise, must be designed to reduce that problem.
reverse that problem and recenter education. So that is how I would address that particular question, to say, to answer yourself, first reflect on the problems that we face as Africans and see education as a tool of socialization and development of a society and a people. And then to say, what purpose should we give to this education in order to address these problems that we identify? And then the third leg of it, which is my final leg, is to say, what kind of people do we need to have in order to achieve this purpose that we have set of education? What kind of people are needed to execute this purpose of education? If we are modernizing, and it doesn't take away from having both modernity and tradition coexisting, it doesn't take away from that. But is it going to impact negatively on the purpose that we set? Is the question that you have to look at. So that's how I would address that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Brown. So there are two comments here we'll take, and then after that, we'll take the reports from the groups. One is from Mofokeng. Modernity's incompatibility with decoloniality is one we may agree on. I think that inevitably invites us to consider the very nature of the university beyond curriculum and into daily operations in terms of performance management, tools, funding, etc. I agree with you 100%, sir. And another one from Prof. Stein. All specializations can be and should be observed from an African ontological, epistemological, and methodological point of view in Africa first. Everyone else has put us second, no longer. My thought, that's Professor Stein, and I also agree with you. Fantastic comments, fantastic deliberations. I want to thank the colleagues in this room and including those online. Thank you very much for your contributions. And we have received the colleagues from the other room. The program says we shall do discussions, feedback and discussions, and then we'll have the rounding up by Professor Byron Brown. With the permission of the leadership, I would like to ask Professor Brown to do this reporting and discussions, and in that process, and then conclude it. Is that acceptable to you, sir? I think it's reporting from one group, reporting from the other group. You may want to synthesize, and then you round off, instead of somebody else doing it. Because I would be interjecting forever. No, we've not received the report yet. Should we?
I'm not rounding up. I think let's carry on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they have to report to the colleagues who are not here. Where's that colleague? That's it. I'm sorry, I've not mastered your name, but I'll get it. Sorry. So we need first to have a report from the group from the other room, please. Yes, my leader, you want to do it? Okay, yes, Dr. Makai. Let's put our hands together.
Thank you, Chair. I believe we had a similar topic, but I have to go through it. But basically, it's looking at what are the implications and applications of coloniality of knowledge to scholarship and curriculum at the University of Zululand. So our discussion was grounded on what has already been presented yesterday and today. And I think the first one we picked up on was that Prof. Siepe alluded to the fact that coloniality of knowledge has to be contextual. So the first one that we discussed was that we need a strategy as a university to dismantle what currently exists and we looked at our curriculum. We looked at the approaches in which we used, and of course, our faculty, for now, our faculty. We then deliberated on the fact that the university has provided a compass, which is a direction for what we need to do, and in fact, what the idea is. But it then goes back to all of us as staff members to then go in our own practices and find ways in which we dismantle these ideologies. The first one we looked at was recurriculation, and it actually looked at the actual curriculum that we're using now, in saying that, for example, I'm in criminology, and I made an example of how I always have to, in my class, make a discussion around Robert Merton and the ideas of crime and criminality. Why not use our local scholars who speak of the same phenomenon to make our students better understand what we're trying to teach them? I know one of the interesting conversations around that was also when colleagues were excited when we said, cite each other. You know, why do you want to cite the gurus? And those gurus wrote in contexts that are not familiar to our students. We are writing and we're publishing in a context that suits our students, in a context that our students can understand and where application is possible. So for us, decolonizing was having to communicate, but also having to uncover teaching material and curriculum in a context that is applicable to our students, but also in a language that is applicable to our students. And then moving on was, one of the discussions we had was around the fact that perhaps as practitioners and academics, we need counseling ourselves. We said this because from experience, certain colleagues in our group said in their own classes at some point, a certain teacher, a lecturer came in and said, out of this class, only 10 people are going to pass. And already that is a deficit ideology that further suppresses our students to not allow them to learn in a classroom setting. So the intervention then would be for us to get counseling ourselves, but for us to rather unlearn and relearn new methods that are appropriate to our target population of students that we are taking now. We are in a generation where we should not be conditioning each other to see student failures, but uplift students to make it against all odds because they're African, and who better to understand their challenges and their context but us as African scholars, as African teachers, as African practitioners. So the main foundation point I'm making here is perhaps unlearning and then relearning for the betterment of our own context. And then another one was that of gatekeeping. We have this a lot with regards to publishing, right? So a scholar, I think in the online platform, made mention of standing on the shoulders of giants, and how that alone is a problematic ideology, because why should you stand in the shoulders of giants when you are seeking to become a giant yourself? If you do not cite a certain guru in the field, then already your ideas are problematic. If you do not agree to the idea of a certain guru in the United States of America, then already your ideas are null and void. It is that type of thinking that actually limits the decolonization that we are striving for today. And as a cohort from the next room, we decided, let's get rid of standing on shoulders of giants, but let's become giants, because it is our publications, it is our engagements that are actually familiar in the ears of our students. They are of context to our student population that we need. And then closely related to gatekeeping was benchmarking. So we further deliberated on the idea of, should we benchmark? And the main question was, is decolonization the same for everyone? But the answer is no. We cannot look at a different institution and look for their strategies and then think we're going to replicate, because perhaps we have a problem now because we have replicated in the past. So one of the strategies that we spoke about was creating an environment that enables us to not have template, template replications of what has been done, but to clearly navigate through our own context, which is the UniZulu context, the UniZulu student population, the UniZulu culture, and that of the immediate environment, to try and find out how we can decolonize that immediate environment, but still have our students participate in the process. Now, understanding the context and location of our students was also foundational in this debate. And it actually was based on the notion that decolonization should be from the bottom up and not from up to bottom. And this included involving our community. And we call this moving beyond the classroom. It's called a place-based approach, where we actually spoke of how we can make use of our communities in our teaching and learning practices, because our communities has community members that are rich with knowledge that is useful to us, especially if we seek to decolonize. Now, this decolonization will come in a form we envisage that it should be something like, for example, an example that we made was Etum Klabuya Lingana. They grow what we call marula trees. Dr. Tele, right? Yeah. Marula trees. And these trees are amaganu, yes. So they grow amaganu, and these trees can be used for medicinal purposes, but they're also used to produce beverages, is it wine? And of course, for tourism purposes. Now, for example, in Dr. Nkosi's department, Recreation and Tourism, where they actually have to learn about these processes, it becomes then very beneficial to include the community and have the community as a main source of knowledge, unlike consulting a certain textbook that was written by a certain British colonizer, but instead have a community member who is enriched with that type of knowledge, imparts the knowledge onto our students. Now, what this creates is it creates a sense of identity for our students, but it also creates a sense of preservance, because in that way we are preserving our own cultural knowledge and imparting it onto students. Now, as a group, that is what decolonization meant for us. And then an important one was the issue of language. We've moved into an era where universities of higher learning have been mandated to have language policies, and we may refer to this as bilingualism or multilingualism. And as a cohort, we thought, what better way to enhance decolonization than to use a language in which most of our student population will understand. There was a phrase used, which is doubting our philosophy of existence. And really this relates to how, as academics, we have the platform to use a language which will benefit our students, but sometimes we don't, because at some point we're not supported by policy, or at some point we don't know how to. But the main debate of the main argument here was that we acknowledge local knowledge producers, was that we use a language in which our students can understand, and we decolonize the use of one sovereign language, and we enhance learning in a language that our students understand. Can I please welcome a colleague? If I'm leaving out anything, so please remind me. All right, thank you very much.
Please come. No, yes, he's coming.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll not repeat some of the things that maybe are similar to what the other group discussed. But for our group that was here, our first point of departure was, how do we decolonize the curriculum in preparing our students to go into the market? Is the market or the market ready for us? Is it ready for decolonized students or not? So the first thing that we looked at is, who do we need, or the kind of people that we need in order for to accept the decolonized graduates or individuals, in fact, key people in our in the outside market to receive these people, or which people do first need to decolonize. By people, we're not necessarily referring to a person literally, but figuratively. With the first one that we identified was media. How can we decolonize media in order for it to be able to influence this agenda? Okay, the agenda of decoloniality. By first thing we said, the most powerful way, if you want to spread the message throughout the world, is through media. Media is very influential. Media is good in terms of can spread propaganda, but how do we then decolonize media? So one of the points that we made is that, fortunately in South Africa, our media space is not censored. So the first thing we need to do is to look at media houses that are pro-African, pro-decoloniality. And as few as those may be, we need to approach those ones so that they can be able to spread the word, or to spread the decoloniality agenda, because it is fruitless to produce decolonized graduates when the outside world is not ready for those. And then the second person or people that we looked at were politicians. By politicians, the most powerful people, our policymakers, our policy implementers, who are those individuals that we need to talk to. Are politicians ready for the decolonized graduate or student? And then we, as this group, argued that we first need to look at the political system, or political system that is there, and whether it's decolonized or not. If it's not decolonized, we need to start decolonizing it so that it can be ready for our graduates. Which then took us to another point, which was necessarily questioning knowledge. Where does knowledge come from? Is the knowledge that we have, what we know, the way it is? Which then took us to a very long debate, a philosophical debate, where we argued that the most prominent scholars, Aristotle, are they who they are and what they have, true as it is. Because we might say that Aristotle is his ideas, because he's from Europe, his ideas are settlers' ideas, but only to find out, if we start interrogating it, you might find that some of his ideas originate from Africa. And then, of course, we then reach a consensus to say, look, whether they come from Africa or not, we need to be confident of what to say in order for us to be able to attack the issue of decoloniality, of what and how, what we know. But as long as we are able to contextualize it into an African context, then we can be able to speak about decoloniality. And decoloniality in this point does not necessarily mean the same thing to everyone else. And then we further looked at one of the things, which is the issue of modernity versus decoloniality. Can those two be separated? Can those two go hand in hand? And one of the speakers said, look, a human being in nature is very selective. Modernity, take what works for you, and then infuse it with decoloniality and let the society move. Do not be ashamed to take a stand, because the issue of balance, trying to reach a balance when we discuss decoloniality, becomes a problem. Because if we go back to, if we go back to physics, basic physics, there's that law of no work done. Where you reach balance, you've not done anything. But the only thing we seek through decoloniality and decolonial school of thought is the truth for African problems. And then we also said that when we speak of politics, all of the issues of decoloniality and everything else, including the systems, they are all embedded in the politics. How do we move towards decolonizing the politics? And that is one of the things that we need to do. And then moving now to decolonizing again, another person or people that we looked at is civil organization. What roles can the civil society organizations play in decoloniality? Because remember, us speaking about decoloniality in our small corners as academics will not be able to reach the communities. So we need to engage civil society, individuals who might be passionate about decolonizing but not the skill. We train them into this school of thought and how they move to this, so that when our students move outside the university, if I was a Christian, I was going to say the gospel continues outside university. No, I'm a scientific Christian. And then the last one, the fourth person or people is academia. So the first thing we would discover, what kind of academics do we need for this project of decoloniality? Do we need academics that are fixated into one idea? Do we need academics that are not school of thought tolerant towards a different school of thought? No, we need academics that understand what decoloniality is and are able to accept that decoloniality does not mean one thing to everyone. And as academics, we should be academics that are not forcing our students to a particular school of thought, because the university is the safest place wherein we can sit down with different ideas and then we move. So now we're pushing for let me say school of thought tolerance, where, because if I do not believe in decoloniality, that must not be a problem to someone who does believe in it, but that they might see that as an opportunity to push that program to greater heights. And then another issue we discussed was the issue of funding towards this decoloniality project. How do we source funds? Who is willing? And we discussed the issue that most funders already have their own methodologies, their criterions on who they fund. So one of the challenges we're going to face through this project of decoloniality is funding, and we need to look for funders that speak the language that we speak of decoloniality. And as I close, then there was another issue that how do we decolonize, how to use media for this particular agenda or mission of decoloniality. Then we mentioned issues of such of podcasts, where we have these debates. We use media where students will be able to listen or to attend without going to classes, because we need to be creative when we are saying we are decolonizing media and using it for this particular agenda. And as I close, one of the issues that we agreed on, which I think Prof will continue talking on, is the issue of what is modernity. Do we accept it as it is, or can we infuse decoloniality? Do they clash or not? So thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Abiwani. We appreciate that. So there we have the reports from the two groups. Now have the pleasure to invite the closing session for today. Discussions and the rounding up will be done by our Director of Research, Professor Byron Brown.
Okay. All right. I've been given a lot of power about whether we do question and Q&A or we go straight into wrapping up. Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. And colleagues, I know it's been a long day, a lot of weary faces, and the engagements have been quite fruitful. I don't know if anyone has any questions based on the report back from the two groups, or we can just go straight into a bit of quick wrap up and me saying goodbye until tomorrow. No questions. Okay, great. Oh yes, Prof.
Sorry, just a
Nicolady.
comment. The one person online said that a particular question should be sent to the Oracle of Delphi.
The Oracle of Delphi is out of action mode.
Okay. So the Oracle of Delphi is out of operation. Maybe that's just in response to our colleague on the internet. Okay, so with that, then maybe I can go into my task, which is very short. Colleagues, the theme of today has been revolving around how knowledge is colonized and the implication of that, and how we think we can get out of it and move forward as a faculty and as a university. I think quite a number of takeaways have emerged, and you have your own set of takeaways that you've jotted down. You have your own set of actions that you have committed yourself to already. But for me, it's just to maybe flag a couple of them that should sort of resonate across all groups. We can clearly agree that today is a day of deep reflection. I think looking back at Professor Sepe's opening on the topic of how knowledge is colonized, really causes us to reflect quite deeply on a number of things, not just within our own discipline, but also across discipline. And we see that coming out from the debate, whether it's from the English department perspective, or from the sociology department perspective, or from the political science and development studies perspective. It was also a day of furthering our decolonial consciousness. And I think Professor Moyo's presentation on the entrapment really set the tone very much on that particular point. But I don't think we can say, well, perhaps this faculty is the one that would say leads in terms of this decolonial project. But I'm sure there was something new that have emerged today that we could say is a takeaway, which further our decolonial consciousness. It was also a day of deepening our understanding of the colonialities that continue to entrap us. And I'm flagging this particular area because, as Prof. Moyo mentioned, and you would have seen in the booklet that we issued out yesterday, there are at least 3 key areas of colonialities that we cannot ignore. Power, the area of being, and of course, our education itself. So those are areas that we need to put our attention on and to say, how do we work out of that? It was a day of seeing how the knowledge we embrace is colonized. Whether we accept it or not, but I think at the end of the day, we can admit that the cognitive empire that Prof. Sepe talked about has dominated for many centuries. You know, that's the one that still guides us in terms of concepts. Who can disagree with that? Look at how we write learning outcomes. Where do we lean to find the right verb or the right phrasing for a particular objective or learning outcome? And also how we consider the domains of knowledge. We have now gotten to the point where we are saying the affective domain and the psychomotor domain are entrenched in the cognitive domain. But initially, they were seen as 3 separate domains of knowledge. But that is how powerful the cognitive domain has become. And we should not ignore that point at all, that we really continue to be embracers of the knowledge that has, the cognitive domain that has been dominating our spheres. And that is what we are fighting. That is what we are also now here the whole day debating as to how best we can formulate our own perspective and recenter our own knowledge system. Not so much to say dismissing the cognitive empire that has stood for these centuries, but also to form or build our own empire, which we call the African thought system, which has prevailed. And I think the discussion about how Egypt has informed European knowledge system, the Timbuktu guys and the guys of the North, how they have evolved and informed the knowledge system of Europe. That tells a story that says the African thought system, which dominated at one point or the other, can be recentered. I think one of the questions that we should also ask ourselves is, why is it that those who fought the North, the Egyptians, chose to burn down the library immediately after taking away what was there? You see, that's why we are left with no reference point at the moment to know what exactly was taken or extracted and what was actually new and original coming from elsewhere. But then that's another debate which we don't need right now. I'm just mentioning it in passing, so to speak. The question of decolonizing knowledge, Professor Sepe, is anchored on us also understanding how knowledge is formulated, how knowledge develops. And for us to then use that understanding to participate meaningfully in our knowledge production. You see, knowledge develops based on concepts. Knowledge is an accumulation of concepts. That's it. When you thread down knowledge and take away explanations and all of those things, it comes back to a concept. There must be something that I'm talking about. There is a concept. Now, if we agree that knowledge development is based on the accumulation of concepts, which are then elaborated, then we can turn our own research at the substantive level that we are functioning when we execute a project into a bigger knowledge development agenda. So the question is, what concepts are we training our students, masters and postgraduate students, to develop and to unleash onto the world? Think about it. What new concept have you taken out of your research and unleashed onto the world more recently? What new concepts have our PhD students unleashing onto the world? Or are we simply reinforcing existing concepts? We are trying to prove this, we are trying to prove that, we are trying to be aligned with this and aligned with that. Nothing is wrong with that, but be also in a position to critique and say that concept would exist over there, need to be reformulated, and you give this a new concept. So there is what we call reification. We need to become reifiers. Professor Sepe, we need to start naming and renaming. We need to start reifying. If a postgraduate, if a master's student or a doctoral student come and present his proposal in the defense and is unable to explain what new concept he's going to unveil onto the world, then that proposal needs to be re-looked at. Because you have not then engaged with the concepts in the literature that prevail. So we need to get to that point. Our own research, what are we reifying? what name have you given to something recently? If you have not given name to anything, you're not going to build knowledge. And so it becomes very difficult to build a new empire beyond the cognitive because we are not refining, we are not naming things. We are not naming things, we are simply playing around with what exists and continue to prove or confirm somebody else's point or somebody else's knowledge. So that is a point I want us to really take away quite strongly, to say it is time that we re-examine how we approach our research as part of this knowledge production agenda, and to make ourselves be knowledge producers through concepts, unveil concepts, create concepts, and unveil them. Show where the current concepts are limited. And I think maybe that's where Professor, or gentleman from Germany, what's his name? Global. Was saying that the current knowledge exists, has been exhausted, and we are not adding to it. So just an idea there. The task of decolonizing knowledge and knowledge production and the curriculum is a task we cannot accomplish alone. And I think this is the point that came out strongly in both groups in their presentation. We need to bring in the community. And there was a concept mentioned about place-based learning. It is quite important from group 1, where we take the experience of those community members and experts and have them talk about the learning experience that we put our children through. Different places have different experiences that convey certain learning. And that is the whole principle of that theory of place-based learning, that we use the environment, use our surrounding to help with conveying certain experience as we take our kids through to learn certain things. We also need an ecosystem, or what we call, it says a community or a certain set of people. And I think earlier on there was mention of 4 groups of people. I call them stakeholders in the knowledge production and voices. We need the media, of course, to convey certain messages. So I think as a faculty, it's a question of saying, what kind of a strategy are we going to come up with as part of this bigger agenda? The university also has that same task. And I think the booklet that we created there addressed this particular topic in terms of the action, one of the actions that's needed. The university as a place is a place for robust engagement. And we really must value this sort of a robust engagement. I like Dr. Is it Zelani? I hope I get it right. Zelani, okay, Dr. Zelani. I like his approach and the way in which he communicates his perspective tend to agitate and irritate, but also there's a clear message there. And I think what we really need to do is to have the scope to value divergence of opinion and perspective. We see it even when we send thesis for examination. When we send thesis for examination, one examiner, assuming it's a master's now, one examiner might give it a mark of X percentage, and another one gives the mark of Y percentage. There's a huge gap between the two, right? And so, I think I'm struggling with some water issue. Doctor, yeah. And so there's a huge gap between the two marks. We call that that's fine. I never anticipated that I would have throat issue. We call that this divergence of opinion. And so we then bring in an arbitrator to say, look into this thing to see if we can attend to this. Of course, that's normal in an academic environment. There's always going to be divergence in opinion, but we should be able to appreciate that robustness and still be friends. And I think throughout the day, and even yesterday, coming from yesterday, there's been that tendency that I see in the faculty that suddenly somebody's, I don't know if they nod you during lunch and tea time or anything like that, but we should be able to have an appreciation for divergence in perspective. And I'm just encouraging the university to, as we move through this project, to appreciate that sort of a thing, which has come out very clearly. The other point that I want to emphasize as I wrap up is the one around the need to stay clear from certain narrow perspectives. The decolonial project will suffer if we stay on certain narrow pathways. We need to stay clear of this classism. We need to stay clear away from nationalism. And I think our HOD for English language department emphasized this very well. We really need to keep our eyes on the bigger picture of being in a position where we can recenter our knowledge system, participate in the knowledge production, and build the empire that we feel is more African-centered. Focus on communication rather than, for example, language. We should be emphasizing, is our message coming across? And we shift language to different audience depending on who we want to target. Focus on African rather than, gender or race, because the moment you get it down into those small corners, you're going to have problems with explaining why we decolonizing. So I wanted to emphasize that particular point, but also to go back to an initial point I made about education. The project around decolonization must be tied very closely, Professor Sepe, to the purpose of education. If we are going to separate the two, we are going to have a lot of challenges along the way. As African people, we are very much concerned about the education of our children. And I'm using children quite loosely right now because I'm covering even university students. And I often attend conferences which are designed to deal with educational issues that we must resolve if we are to properly educate our children. However, one of the things that I often find that is that in these conferences, there is an assumption of a common understanding or definition of education. They often do not indicate what education means to the African people. To appropriately target education for Africans, we must begin with a discussion of what education means. to us Africans. We must also begin with a discussion of the purpose of this education. The purpose of education for African is to train Africans to liberate themselves, to be proper handlers of power. We need to let our Black students know that the world is ruled by the liberated people, and only those who are prepared to fight for liberation can survive and can be able to handle power. So words do have historical and political history connected to them. And the word education, as used under the present circumstances, or as used by Europeans and others, is one word that has political history, one that has a definite meaning for them. So what education means for them may not be what education means for us. Now, as Africans, we have always received special education from the time we get into contact with Europeans. We have received special education from Europeans throughout our history. The education that we receive today, no matter where or no matter the circumstances, as long as it is under European guidance, it is going to remain a special education. The need that Europeans have of African people is the need for African servitude. So the direction there is that the education to become servants, to go and find jobs, is education of servitude. And the colonial project, the decolonial project, needs to ask that question around what exactly is the purpose of the education that we are trying to decolonize? What should be the purpose of the African University? We assume that those jobs that we are preparing our children to go and find are going to be offered to us by other people. So we're not educating them to create jobs, we're educating them to go and look for jobs. That, for me, is something that needs to be looked at more broadly in this project of decolonization. And I think that is the point that Professor Sepe was making in the early morning, talking about how knowledge is colonized. If we are going to continue to rely on European knowledge systems, then they're going to continue to entrap us in this particular way, where education is designed to serve their interests, which is to make us servants or servitude, give us servitude education. So we need to look at that. Is it that which we're doing currently? And there's a lot of other areas, for example, that I want to touch on quickly. The reference to how knowledge is colonized is a call for action to appropriately target education for Blacks or for Africans. We must ask the question, education for what? In order for us to do that, we must ask that question, education for what? The decolonized education is education for what? We must recognize that the primary goal of education is to advance the interests of people, that education is not primarily just for job creation or for job seeking. Rather, education is for survival, for liberation from these matrices of colonialities that Professor Moyo mentioned. For if we were to focus on education for jobs, then our survival would be in the hands of other people. So what then must we do? And I think Professor Sepes and Professor Moyo's point highlight quite a number of the things that we need to do. And I won't get into all of them, except to draw on some of the points that were raised in the group presentation. Make the coloniality contextual specific. And what I extract from there is the need to dismantle the curriculum. And I think that is something that we have all agreed on in the morning. Now, my emphasis on this point is just to say we need to adopt an approach to the decoloniality of the curriculum. And Professor Moyo gave a number of examples, but I'm just going to flag one: insurgency curriculum. What is our approach? Maybe this is also for the dean. Dr. Shukani, do we have insurgency curriculum since we are subdivided according to degrees? What is the degree? What is the approach to the sociology curriculum? Is it insurgency approach or any of the other ones that have been mentioned? What is the approach to the curriculum in political science or in philosophy? We need to adopt an approach. And I see Prof. Nicolaides' hand coming up, but let me just make one quick point. After we have adopted an approach to the curriculum, we also now need to adopt an approach to the pedagogy. And this is where Prof. Moyo was talking about the different approaches. And just to pick on one of humanizing pedagogy. Let me pause and give Prof. Nicolaides a chance.
Thanks, I just wanted to make a comment. I would like to advise that all the staff in philosophy are deep surgeons.
Already?
Yes. And promoting vigorous African philosophy.
I think that should be in the report. And what we could do is to have a day, maybe Prof. Shukani, where that department show us what has gone on in terms of the insurgency curriculum. Let us see, like Prof. Moyo says, a terrorist curriculum, that one. So that's good news. And I have no doubt about it that others will take an approach as well. So decolonizing the pedagogy is equally important. And I'm very happy that when it came from the group presentation as an important action. The point about becoming giant rather than standing on the shoulders of giants. That point goes back to the point I made about unleashing concepts. You cannot be giant unless you are unleashing concepts onto the world, because giants unleash concepts. By unleashing concepts, you are developing knowledge. You're introducing new concepts and you're building the knowledge. If you're just merely describing and reaffirming others, then you are not developing knowledge. You are simply confirming knowledge. And that is not necessarily addition. So I wanted to flag on that as an important point. There's another one that came out, which is on the language area. And I think I made this point when I was going through earlier to say language is important. Then, translating curriculum to an African language, maybe that is something that we might need to now start agreeing on, to say, as a project, we should target particular programs and modules and say, we're going to translate it into this or that particular African language. But let the emphasis be on communication rather than particular language. Of course, you can't hide away from the fact that education is also a business, and you have to be able to attract students into it. So these are some of the quick highlights that I pick up from the day. The last group, by the way, let me not leave them out. The last group highlighted a number of issues, and I think it could be summarized around the Plu Rivers. Because we're talking about embracing diversity in a lot of the areas, the media, different groups, the political groups, just to draw in everybody in helping with this project. It's a very big project, and we really need as much hand as possible from, regardless of the source. So with those few words, colleagues, I'm just now left with thanking you for the engagement for the day. I know it's been long, so travel safely home, get refreshed, and come prepared for tomorrow. Am I closing too early? You're coming back? Oh, sorry. Okay, so.
Thank you so much, Prof. Brown. I just had this idea, and I'm going to ask the leadership and all of us, Prof. Siepe, the team. I see there are some gaps in the program tomorrow. I don't know if we can spend 2 minutes to conclude on the program tomorrow. I was thinking of doing this privately, but if we agree on making some changes I want to propose, then I think our attendance tomorrow will be easier. So my overarching proposal is that we close at lunch. I'm asking that to the Dean and Prof. Siepe. It didn't work for us to close at lunch. Could be 1300 or 1330. Then we can reconfigure the, okay, after lunch. So by the time we break for lunch, we could leave after taking the food, is the proposal. Prof would rather we don't have lunch. That kind of decolonization, Prof. Is that do we agree? Okay. Would we? Okay. So I do not have to burden everyone. I can come to you and the dean privately, and we adjust. Is it agreeable to start at 8 instead of 8:30, or should we stick to 8:30? 8:30. Okay. So we start at 8:30, same 8:30, but at 1300 we go and take lunch and then we leave. That's the agreement. Then everything in between we'll discuss with the leadership and we'll present it in the morning when we get here. Okay. Thank you so much. So with the kind of, yes. Please. Thank you. So colleagues online, thank you so much. Please pardon me for not waving properly yesterday and the day before. Thank you very much. We reconvene at 8:30 in the morning. And yes, Dr. Zilen.
So can we actually talk how the program will change, and also how it will change, and that the image as well to
okay.
I would love to know the roundtable on someone about what time is it going to be? After 8, after 9,
I have a proposal here if you are ready to wait. But about the emailing, I don't know because the colleagues who do that have probably closed. So I don't know if we can get them. Our secretary in the deanery, she's probably closed from work now. And the notices people are probably closed. But if the colleagues are ready, I have a proposal here. I don't know if it will take them too long. Another option could be you could join us to redesign it so that you have that knowledge before you leave. I have a proposal here. I don't want to bore the colleagues, but my proposal, let me just go ahead, is to have the first session from 8:30 to 9:15. It reduces the time for Prof. Epesa. I was going to appeal to him nicely instead of saying it in the open. Yes, I don't know if that's acceptable by him. It reduces his time by 15 minutes, bringing it to 45 minutes. Yes, G. Okay. No, there's actually an error here. The original version says 15 minutes. Yes. No, my fear is colleagues might leave. Yeah, my fear is that colleagues might leave. It's a usual conference Friday thing. Some colleagues would leave after having lunch. My experience is that colleagues don't come back.
Yeah, we don't need that one.
So yeah, so I was thinking our question and answers could go to 9:30. We'll skip the break. We'll remove the group discussion. We'll have the round table, Professor Brown, Professor Shokani, Professor Moyo, 10:30 to 10:45. No, 9:30 to 10:30. Then the tea break will start at 10:30, 15 minutes to 10:45. Then we'll combine the group discussion and the round table and the feedback discussions for 10:45 to 12:30. Then the rounding off from 12:30 to 1. And 1 we go for lunch. So we will lose we'll collapse 2 of the group discussions. We'll collapse the group discussion and the second roundtable, they'll be together. Yeah, that's the plan. We will still have time for each session. Each session will still have at least an hour. So thank you very much. And the leadership has agreed that the meeting will adjourn. We'll see in the morning. Okay. Have a good evening.
Yeah, thank you.
Say thank you on the mic.
Yes, you may. Let me just see the comments. Thank you to colleagues online.